Man, I should have done some vocal warm-ups before I started this stream. My voice is real rough. It's real rough. Check my KBs for a second. Check if everything's alright with my upload. Seems to be fluctuating. I don't know how stable this is. What's up with that? Oh, it seems to be okay now. Maybe we just had a momentary issue with that. Do the exercises now? Hell no! I'm not gonna do those exercises now. They sound terrible. They sound absolutely horrendous. Got any vocal warm-ups for me? Belly flop? How's it going, by the way? I'm gonna be doing this study today. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Vital, how you doing today? Doing well, my friend. Got my coffee, had a nice shower, got dinner all set up. Everything's going okay. Everything's going pretty fine. How about yourself? How are you guys doing? I'm doing pretty well, actually. How about you guys? I met you in the dark, you lift me up, you made me feel as though I was enough. We danced the night away. Go up and down the scales. We danced too much, I held your hair back when you were throwing up. Then you smiled over your shoulder. Minute I was stone cold sober, pulled you closer to my chest. I use this one song to warm up all the time. I know I needed you, you'll never know. I played it cool when I was scared of letting go. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Your throat sounds dead? Fuck you. I like the way I sound today. It's all good. Drink some water? Hell no. Doing well. Finished designing my character. Just haven't named him yet. Ooh. Can I see? Alright, let's get the drawing. Because I don't know how long the stream's gonna be. But I'm gonna aim for at least 4 hours. But I'd like to finish this piece today. It's gonna be fine. Fine, kill your throat, I will have no pity. As you should. As you should. You should not have no pity for me. I don't need it. I don't need it to survive. Let me fail. Let me trip down and get my nose in the dirt, for that is the only way I will learn, for I am fairly obstinate. I posted a pic, let me see. I think I peeked at it before. Was it the big dude? It is the big dude, I see. Very cool. So you have this unified kind of concept, right? Of like the green portal sort of energy and the bandages and stuff. I like the theme. I didn't realize they were both original characters. Perhaps you can snag something from the backstory. Also, Ellie, I've been fucking killing it on Winston. On Overwatch, I'm so fucking good. Not really, I get rolled almost every match, but I'm having fun. Pretty good. I think Winston appeals to my inner chimp-like characteristics. But Vital, what's the backstory behind the characters? Perhaps we can glean something from that. We can figure something out. Let me just quickly adjust things. Man, I feel good. I feel a lot better than yesterday. Yesterday I felt like shit. Why the hell haven't you been playing with me then? I mean, I wanted to. I sent you my my battle.net ID. It's in your DMs on Discord. Maybe we can play after the stream, I don't know. For the time being, let me just do some quick straight lines, check if anything's interrupting my tablet. And I sent you a friend request, did you? Okay, I'll check after stream. Maybe I missed it, perhaps it is on me, my friend. My bad. Man, this reference is lovely. What a beautiful lady. What a gorgeous female. Doing Vital's giving me a backstory. Giving me a rundown right now. Got a dark blue background. I want to start working with some textured brushes. So let's work with some textured brushes, shall we? I still need to import Bloody Wings palette. To do that at some point. But for the time being, we can play around with some of these colors. What's the general consensus on the palette for this? Man, I do feel a lot better. I really should have taken a bit of like a self-assessment yesterday before starting stream, because I usually know how I'm feeling for the day. I really should not have streamed yesterday. It was a really bad idea. Today I feel good. I feel so much fucking better. It really was the sleep, I think. Just lack of rest in its entirety. So what I'm thinking is the big dude is a demon type thingy thing that takes over the lions in the guy's body and slowly starts to take over him. He gains control of the powers, which allows him to control a mystic bandage that can go through portals. With portals and bandages, okay. So what are the key elements here? It's possession, demonic stuff, the mystic bandage stuff, and okay, I see. But with portals and bandages, kind of Naruto and the Fox. Okay, like he's being inhabited by the tailed beast. I get it. And he slowly takes on characteristics. So is that the same people, or is it like is the right one the entity, or is it a separate character? Oh no, as per your explanation, the right dude is taking over the left dude's body, so he's taking on characteristics. I see. Very cool. When I see bandages, I want to go like with a mummy theme, but that's not really consistent with what we have over here. Do you want to go the pun route, perhaps? You know how, I should be drawing when I'm doing this, by the way. But do you want to go the pun route, like the way Dragon Ball Z has it? Where everybody's name is something relevant to who they are? Or rather, like to a theme, like Goku and Vegeta and all those things are like vegetables, like all the Saiyans are vegetables? Maybe something like that. So, like the main character can be called Sal, after Salve. You know, like Salve is like a bandage. So it can be Sal. And the demon can be called Poultice. Or just go simple and just go Geist. His name is Geist. So when I said Poultice, I thought about Polter, like Poltergeist. You don't even have to name him, you can just have a pronoun, like call him the Djinn. A quick value assessment before we begin. I really, I like the picture a lot. The picture speaks to me. It's a fun little picture. I'm indeed a fan. Or perhaps we could look at Japanese translations of things. If this blue is over here, I'm going to be picking this orange over here as the midtone. Slightly desaturate and light it up. Am I happy with that though? Maybe a bit more redder. That seems nice. Like a lovely color. Get this information down as quickly as we can. But first I want to introduce some sort of variation in the background. Maybe I can just do it while this is happening. I can do some variation. Go slightly saturated, maybe slightly desaturated in fact. And I can introduce some of these background elements just to make things a little bit interesting, but I will use a different brush for that. But what were you thinking? What sort of ideas do you have on your own end? What were you toying with before you asked me the question? Because you had to be toying with something. I'm curious. Maybe we can build upon that. Wait, didn't drop the reference? How else am I supposed to lurk and do the study? I should drop the reference, you're right. I actually forgot to do it. I was going to do it and then... Unfortunately, when I drag things into Krita, I also try to drag them onto Discord, but it never seems to accept something that's directly dragged from Google Chrome. Kind of weird. I wish it had that functionality, it would make my life significantly easier. But what's a couple of clicks here and there? I'm not too fussed about it. How's it going, Guitarra? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Brand new day. Feels like a new me. Feel fully rejuvenated. Well, I wouldn't say fully, that's a bit of a stretch. But I am feeling a lot better. Feeling like $1,000,000. Nothing can hold me down. Whereabouts is this reference stored is a fantastic question. It should be in my refs folder, but it seems to be mildly elusive. We shall persevere. We shall endeavor to try and search for it a little bit more astutely, and perhaps I will yield some measure of result. Still not finding it. Is it even saved here? Am I duping myself? What is it called? D something, right? There, I mean, I can find it in the list. Okay, there it is. That was probably an easier way of doing that. I could have just searched for it. One fresh Indian abroad I hear? Absolutely. I missed the start. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. We're trying to figure out a name for Whitehall's character. If you want to know which character particularly we're talking about, you can check the Discord in the work in progress session. I'm gonna be naming the dude. Or at least he's gonna be naming the dude. If he sees something that he likes in terms of ideas from us, then he can select it. But good to see you, Velocity. Velocity was streaming earlier today. Managed to catch her stream, the rare, elusive Velocity stream. Started working on her assassin piece. And that was pretty fun. I'm gonna lay some dull colors here just to get some sort of form. I'm still trying to work with this idea of putting in form and things initially. The problem with the way I learn digital is I very seldom watch straight up digital tutorials. Every time I actually watch tutorials these days, it always seems to be like watercolor or oil or paints, some sort of traditional medium. I just never watch just strictly digital stuff with like digital techniques, which may or may not be a good thing, but I've always wanted to paint like a digital painter. I'm sorry, like a traditional painter, so I guess it kind of makes sense to kind of inform my skill set using information I glean from that. But perhaps I'm missing out. Maybe I'll figure this out in a little bit. But for the time being, this is what I'm doing. The rare and silent Velocity stream. I mean, I didn't particularly mind. It was just fun watching you work for a little bit. I haven't been thinking of any ideas for names. I might go with similar suggestions to what you were saying before. Maybe. Sorry, I couldn't get an 18-second speed paint of the hair study done yesterday. My PPM wasn't high enough. Disappointing. I'm disappointed in you. Oh well, better luck next time, I guess. We'll still go back and revisit the hair studies. That's not today. Today I'm just trying to, because I wasn't entirely sure when I started stream just how I was doing. So I thought I would just play it safe today. Just finish one of the color studies that I need to do anyway, that I had on my mind. And we can always do it sometime in the middle of the week, or even just skip it entirely, do it next week. We can do all of these things. We're not really restricted, because we run this shit right here. Hey, nice Venom emote. Guy on Vital is very obviously called Venom. I mean, why are you even thinking about it? Jesus. I'm still thinking. What could we call him? Because usually this is like my forte when it comes to like naming characters or thinking about concepts. Teleporting bandage. What could this entail? What color is this hair? It's like a bluish, right? But like a desaturated blue, I'm assuming. I want to make something like this maybe for the hair. It's not really loose, but it's obviously a crazy brush study. I know, I just want to put some texture down on the piece, which is weird because I don't paint on a low opacity, so all of this is going to get lost. But the more I see it, the more I kind of want to experiment around with it. Because I want to include some sort of texture, you know, in my final pieces. I don't want it to be just so I don't know, overworked, I guess, is the proper way of using there. Just over blended and stuff. I'm gonna try out the brush I've been using on the study. You're gonna do the study with me? Awesome. That sounds fun. I know you've been using a new brush lately. That's pretty cool. I still come back to mummies though and think about bandages. Maybe there's something with mummies that we can use. Like crypto. Nah. Canopic. That's like a cool mummy related word. Pharaoh, sarcophagus. One of these words might yield a result worthwhile. Bitcoin, eh? What's up? It's so fucking... That whole ordeal was just the most hilarious thing, because anybody with any sort of sense would have seen that scam coming a mile away. But it was just really funny to just sit back and enjoy what was happening. Gog Fru, how's it going, my friend? Good to see you. You're catching me in the middle of putting down as many random brush strokes as I can before I actually begin the study, but good to see you. Doing a color study. If you would like to participate in the study, because people in here usually draw with me, you can find the reference directly on the Discord. Oh, I think I need to change the title and add some tags, shouldn't I? I completely forgot to do that. Professional streamer. Do not judge. Maddie, thank you for the Discord link. Appreciate you. Let me just quickly update this one. So this is, what are we at? We're at season 1, episode 5. Continuing the... Okay, let's add some alliteration to the title. And then we will continue with the road to better color. Season 1. Episode 5. Cool. Bloody Wing coming in hot and spicy in the chat. Very excited for your next piece, Bloody Wing. Good to see you as always. I saw that you saw my girlfriend's piece that she made for you. Maybe she will scan it as well, but she did a Wednesday Addams. I plan to do your piece, I believe next stream is when I'm going to be doing it. How is it going, my friend? I'm going to be using your brush and your palette, so if it's bad, then you can still blame me. That's all right. I'll take the blame. Still not. It's not very good. So how's it going, Maddie? Velocity? All my friends are here. When we get to the end of the season, we can get our early pieces and then compare them to see how we have improved. Yeah, that's the idea. I've already had some pretty marked improvements. But let's just stop with this crazy idea for now. Let's put in some semblance of the reference, shall we? Because right now we seem to be pretty far off. Should I airbrush at this stage, I wonder? Or should I just use this brush? It's always a question I kind of ask myself. Do I want to be airbrushing at this stage? Let me just put in what I want to put in terms of color, and then we'll think about that. Because I know I want like a dullish, like an orange hue around the face. Let me just put that in. like an orange going to red. Let's paint super abstractly to begin with. Because everything will find its preordained location eventually. I can be assured of that because I know for a fact that I can go from this to the image. Because we've done it before, right? So we're not confused or we're not unsure about our ability to do that. So if we know we can do that, then let's just play around with this part of the image and see exactly what we can achieve. I'm getting a priesty vibe from it so far. Yeah, a priestly vibe? A priestly? Might be well founded. I'm just trying to see the colors that I want to include on the piece and put them in right now, and then figure out like how my saturation is going to be, and then we can actually think about some detail. Let's just try this approach because every stream I've tried different approaches. We'll just try this approach. Also, I need to think about unifying some shapes as well, just to make my painting process a bit more easier. But we'll come to that little bridge when we have to come to it. Okay. I'm going to be using my background a little bit. We want to spice up the background just a smidge, just a wee bit. I want to spice up this background. Let's get a texture brush and do that. Oh, want to see the palette in action? Yeah, I'm excited to use it actually. Did I miss something? If I want to draw a body, but a different body, not a real human like robots or druids, how should I draw something like this? Any tips? Okay, let me see. Oh, dude, these are the commando droids from the Clone Wars. That's fucking awesome. I really enjoy that. So, what's your question? If I want to draw a body, but different body, not real human body logo, how should I draw this? Okay, so these bodies are like, they're not generally, you don't have to know too much about anatomy. You might want to know a bit about proportion. But generally what you're rendering when you render something like this is you'll be rendering really, really basic shapes. So I would say just kind of reference like your basic shapes and your texture. So what'll really separate this from being a bad piece and a good piece, especially if you're drawing this in like a semi-realistic style, is going to be your ability to spot shapes, which is very, very simple. So for example, this is like a trapezius that is extended, and you'll have like a circular column. So your ability to render basic shapes is what's going to really help you, as well as to render metal. So what sort of style do you think you're going to be doing this in? I should ask that question. The Commander Droids, I know, they're so spicy. Oh, is Bajan your girlfriend? Yeah, Bajan's my girlfriend. She needs to change her name on Discord. Kate, how's it going, Kate? Big shout out to Kate, by the way. One of my biggest inspirations for drawing, and just a dear, dear friend of mine. Thank you so much for stopping by. Digging these colors, Kate? This is not even, I haven't even put in 5 minutes into this piece, and you're already giving me compliments? Come on, let's be honest here. It looks like trash. You can tell me. You can tell me. We're friends. Damn it, I wanted to flirt with her? No. Keep your stinky hands off, bloody wing. Your sticky hands off. Start with shapes? I know. Start with shapes. Like, the approach that you would draw this kind of body is not so far as not so far from or far removed from how you would draw any body. Just make it into the fundamental shapes. Like for example, you draw this shape, which is again like a tapering out cuboidal shape, and then you just break it down. You want to make an animation on that. Okay, that changes everything up. So if you want to make an animation on that, you have to like really, really simplify the form. So what's an animation? What are you using to make the animation? But if you want to do an animation on that, so I can quickly go into a tangent to explain how this is usually done, but I know a little bit about it, considering most of my process comes from animation. If you want more information about that, though, I would suggest checking out Jay Hansen's channel, because he is probably one of my go-tos when it comes to like basic animation stuff, because he's pretty good at it, I think. Well, it's already looking good. I appreciate that. I want to say hello before I go to sleep. Nidalee, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate you, buddy. I do see you on the Discord all the time, playing your games, playing some League every now and then. I do appreciate you. Roger, roger. TV Paint, okay. Alright, so if you want to do, for example, I can do this really quickly for you, hopefully. So it depends on the scene, particularly when you're animating. Like, depends on how long you want to do it as well. But generally speaking, when you're animating something, you never want to draw every frame as a detailed frame. You want to keep most of the frames, especially ones that involve a lot of like dynamic movement. So, for example, if he jumps from a roof, or if he like swivels around really quickly, or if he does like a cool backflip or something, you want to keep things really ambiguous. So, if that was the case, then I would stick to like a really basic color, and then you try and evaluate where the shapes go. So, I guess your first pass when you're figuring out where things should go is, if you've done animation before, you would just have like a mannequin. So depending on how you draw mannequins, I draw mannequins this way usually. So I draw the rib cage, and I go down, I draw the pelvis, and then you got your legs. Like that. You got your other legs. And then you got your arms going from your pecs. But this is, everybody has their own way of doing mannequins. This is my quick way of doing them. Got one arm, got another arm. So you'll have these, and then you'll be working on these for your entirety of the animation, right? So depending on how you do your mannequins, you'll be having your general mannequin doing all your movements, right? So how do you build upon the mannequin? So for example, if you use not this design, if you use maybe the piddle design, if you use like more square shapes, it'll be a lot easier. But if I was gonna say, okay, I have all my movements in the animation to have this sort of look, so this particular body is gonna do all the animation. So on top of that, so depending on what sort of frame you're in, let's say you're in a detail frame, then you would say, okay, I want to put a lot of detail into it. So then I'll just change it to red maybe, and you'll put it in like this. So whenever you see these shapes, you'll just correspondingly cover them with the respective shapes that you see, and then erase whenever necessary. So again, it doesn't have to be detailed. So when you're doing an animation style picture or portrait, depending on what you're doing, you never want to be super into all the details unless you're wanting to spend too much time on it, which I don't suggest if this is an earlier on animation. So just get the basics of the essence of the individual down whenever you can. So you just build upon your mannequin like this, and this is the second step. And you do this for all your relevant frames. So the head's probably the most important part. So you have this sort of design which kind of resembles a character, right? And then depending on how you want to paint this, and I do suggest that you follow like the general principles of painting things in animation, which is you have your base and you have your layer of base color, and then you have your layer of highlights. So general animation, it calls for these kind of concepts. So for example, if you wanted to say this was maybe a detail frame, so let's go with the most detailed approach of doing this. So this means that the character is either in still or it's doing very, very subtle movements. Because again, if you're doing super dynamic movements and you want it to be non-tweened, I don't know what the term is right now, but at least when I was learning animation, it was called tweening or motion tweening. So if it's a non-tween based animation, you have to think about how much time you're going to be putting into these movements. So if it's a super dynamic movement like a backflip, people are not going to be staring at every single frame, and the frames themselves are not going to be too long on the screen. For example, if this character was in, like, say, a background, you want to put slightly more detail into it because it's going to be still for the majority of the animation. However, if the character was in movement, you would have to keep drawing them again and again in different angles, and that's not necessary. But let's just go with the idea that it's in a still, so it needs detail. So what you would do is you would add one layer behind. So this looks like a rough, like a desaturated purple to me. So maybe a little bit darker than that. So you have your base in. So I'll just do this really quickly. Goes in. So again, it's up to you, and it's a very, very important concept to understand where and when you want to add the detail, because it's a big commitment, because every frame cannot be detailed or you'd never be done. So it's really important for you to figure out exactly where you think the detail needs to go. So again, I shouldn't be overcomplicating this. So let's just say you have the initial portion down and you put in your bases. Let's just say I choose this as my base, maybe a little bright, but I want to be able to see it with the background. So you put in your base colors. Your base color means you put in everything that you need, which is going to be the local color of that particular point. So you don't do anything more than that. You don't put any shadows in. You just put in the local colors. And what a local color means is that it's the color that's inherent to that part of the image, right? So, for example, this local color is orange. I don't really care too much about what's around the image. And in fact, you might never get to the stage where you really think about what's going to be around. But let's just say for this particular idea, you just put in the local colors. It's a very simple way of thinking about it. So once you put your local colors for everything, especially the eyes, most important. So let's just say put the eyes in. And do whatever signature things that you need to do. So once you put in this idea of local color. So in most traditional ideas of animation, you want to stick to the least amount of effort possible to make this look somewhat believable, right? Is that Minecraft music? I don't think it is, actually. I think it's just on my lo-fi playlist. I stole this from Steph. But, what do you do after that? So you have your base and your character's identifiable. But if you want your animation to have a bit more of an oomph to it, you want to add... So this is the process again. You have this mannequin idea, which you slightly modify for every frame. And then you put in your base. So the base is the local color, right? And then you put in maybe at most 2 more layers. And those layers are as follows. You put in 1 layer of shadow, and you put in 1 layer of highlights. So the shadow is going to depend on where the light source is. So for example, let's say the light source is coming from maybe the top, right? So this is where your knowledge of light is going to come into a big picture, and it's going to make a huge amount of difference to say whether or not your character is actually going to be in that scene. So for example, let's say the light's coming from the top, and you can think about the shadow. So maybe we'll say it's, let's just desaturate it and move it down. So the light's coming from the top, right? So then we can make this conclusion and we can say that, okay, so maybe this portion of the image is going to be dark. And then depending on how, because we have a good reference here, so we can just say this portion is going to be dark down here. Actually, since this entire region is inside, we can make the assumption that the entire region is going to be dark. I don't really like this shadow color. Maybe desaturate a little bit. Okay, so that region is going to be darker over there. And we can say that maybe the legs are going to be desaturated over here, the insides of the arms. So suddenly it's taking on a new quality, right? And I've only just used 2 passes of paint. And that's all you need to do. Right? So you can think about really small details, but the idea is don't pick too many colors and don't use too many layers, otherwise you will never ever finish. So you can do a lot with what's available to you. For example, look at this, the light's coming from the top. So this kind of looks somewhat boring, but what if I was to go an extra mile and instead of just adding the color below, I can add the idea of maybe the silhouette of the head. And you can put in something like that. In a similar way, you can add several things like this around things to make it look a little bit more interesting. So your shadow colors themselves don't need to be exactly picked using color theory. You can actually get by just using darker colors available to you. And I've seen this done a lot of times. So you have this idea. And then if you want to put it even more, I'll be back in 2 hours or so. I'll be back later if you're still on. I'll be here, don't worry about it. So again, to put it into order, you have your idea of the... Let me just put this back into perspective. So you have the lines, then you have your base, and then you have your shadows. And then the last thing, so again, lines, base, shadow, and the last thing you want to do is your highlights. So let's just say it's a cool light, maybe a bluish light on top of them, or like a reddish light, something like that. But we'll say it's a bluish light, shall we? And then we'll go like to desaturate it, make sure it's high. And now you can really start like homing into some of these ideas here. So where do I want to put this? Something like this maybe. I don't want to use a textured brush for this, I actually want to use fairly... So when you're doing animation particularly, you don't really want too much texture in your brushes because you don't want things to appear painterly. I mean, it depends on what sort of thing you're doing, of course. It doesn't have to be one way or the other. So I'll just choose this maybe. Okay, so let's just say you want to put the highlight in. So you'd have something like this to really indicate the direction of the light, let's say. So you can have a highlight going from the top. And then you could add maybe some idea of like local color being highlighted over here. You can add all sorts of like dynamic lighting. Maybe the more extensive you go into it, the better it's going to look. But let me just look at the reference to see where I'm going to put these highlights. So it would go here, it would go here. And then it would go here maybe. So you build up this understanding of the character using the lighting. you have all the components you need to actually make it look like a decent character, right? And you gradually fade the light away as you move away from the light source, just using general principles. And you can highlight the edge because it's metallic. You can highlight the edge whenever you want to. And like as the finishing touch, if you want to do this, you don't have to, but some frames maybe you want to do it, you can add just what I did initially, which is like the really, really poppy kind of highlight, which makes things look like metallic or wherever. And then you're essentially done. And that's how every frame is going to look, especially the more detailed frames. You can choose to leave the lines in or the lines out, depending. I fucked up right now and I left some of my shadows on my line layer. But that's the idea, that's how you would do it. So I hope that helps. Let me scroll up, see if I missed any chat. Seems good. This is Minecraft music or something. James, you do such a good job streaming. This is educational. You're awesome. Thanks so much. I just want to say what I know about it, because I don't know anything beyond this sort of idea. But I've dabbled in animation before, so I can at least give you the basics if you're looking for them. Oh my god, you're so good. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mine diamonds, absolutely. Powerful indie. Yeah. Ellie, hold it down for me. I'm sure she will. I gotta mod some more people in here. I'm still watching if you wonder. Yeah. Also, yeah, so this is like the basic idea. So again, to put it into perspective, you do your lines, you do your base, you do your shadow, and you do your highlights. That's all you need to do. And then you can think about other things maybe later on, like you can think about environmental shadows to make it look even more like it's within the within whatever you're considering. But that's how it would look. And I hope that helps you. So I put this on really roughly. Obviously you want to spend a little bit more time on it. But understand that every frame is not going to look like this. Sometimes all you're going to see is something like this, perhaps. Like maybe, especially when it's moving, you won't see anything but maybe just like this much. Ooh, that's locked. Like you might see just a silhouette, so you won't see any details. You would see just maybe this much. So you want to keep the eyes in, just so it looks like what it needs to look like, but everything else would be like super, super basic, just because you want to be able to animate it really quickly. And then if you have time later on, you can think about adding in more things. Oh shit, I have to work? No, you don't. Don't worry about it. I got it held down. But yeah, so understand the majority of your frames are actually going to look like this, where it does not have all of the shadows. If you have time later on, you can do them, but understand the fundamental principle is you need to finish your storyboarding and you need to finish your mannequin work. I don't know what it's actually called. I call it mannequin work, but just this line idea, just using the lines, do the entire animation just using the lines, and then think about putting in the color and the texture and the lighting. It has to be in that fashion. You can't say that I'm going to finish one frame perfectly and then the next frame perfectly and then the next frame perfectly, because if you do that, you're going to be wasting a lot of time, especially if you get things wrong, which is inevitable. You will get things wrong, you're human. So I would think about all of these ideas. So I hope that helps you. And thanks for asking the question. Get rid of that really quickly. And if you have any further questions, be sure to ask them on the Discord. There are plenty of people that are helpful, that usually hang out with us. Be sure to join that. Also, I haven't opened up my coffee yet, and I've been talking for a while. Let's open up my coffee. Got some of my store-branded coffee here because I'm an absolute degenerate and I don't like just regular coffees. My coffee is cold. There's actually a cold coffee that I'm drinking right now. Oh goodness, that's fantastic. I really needed that. Good stuff. Alright, let's continue, shall we? But it was warm. I'm sorry, buddy. Goodness me. But yeah, I used to do a lot of animation when I was younger. None of it was good, but I learned a lot. And I also learned that animation really isn't for me, because I had such a bad time trying to figure out when I wanted to put in effort and when I didn't want to put in effort. And that was like my biggest mistake, because I tried to make every frame perfect and I had such bad burnout. Powerful coffee.
Powerful coffee, bless RNG.
Bless RNG. Thank you, Bloody Wing, for the bits. I appreciate you, buddy. Okay, let's start putting in these colors. Super blanket approach to this. Why is my Krita lagging? You shouldn't be lagging, friend. I worked hard to make sure that this Krita does not lag. Oh goodness, are you gonna lag over here as well? Oh, you know why we're lagging? You know why we're lagging? We're using DG Main Light. That's why we're lagging. We're not using Bloody Wings Brush. The DG Main Light fucks us hard. My computer cannot handle that brush, even though I really want to be using it. Not the Dave Greco, man. Powerful. Powerful Dave Greco. Awesome brushes. But it's rebelling against me. Doesn't like being in Krita. It's like, no! Abomination! You've violated the sacred pact. Let's get this silhouette done, shall we? Let's stop jerking off for no reason. Let's get this silhouette done. What are we doing? Let's ask ourselves this question. What are we doing? Why are you running? Do you have instant preview on? You can see it in view menu. Krita works better for me when I have it off. Maybe it does for you. View menu. Dude, I think we're coming on a very powerful Bloody Wing. I do have it on. Should I have it off? It's off. I have been inspired by the fan anime. That's why I really like to animate, because he did everything dry himself. You do a reaction. I mean, I can look at it. I have to mute it though. Did TIE Fighter? Dude, I love this animation. It's so quality. I watched this like at least 6 or 7 times in my life. It's really, really quality. Yeah, this is it's super good work. But I can actually show you exactly what I was talking about in terms of this, maybe. Like, for example, let me just grab a still from this. So if you want to draw in this particular manner, it's actually using the same principles that I was talking about, which is funny. It's more like a general idea. Oops, sorry about that. Why was that even saved? Okay, here you go. This is a still from the shot that he just linked. It's a very, very good shot. Instant preview creates a temporary low quality brushstroke and renders while delay the high quality one. And he totally drew Albert Einstein. I will mess with time. Yeah, but you see this, Tivo? So what he did is like this color over here. This color is his base color, like I explained. This color is his shadow color. So he has base color, shadow color, and then he has just highlights, and that's it. So 3 layers of color. That's all. And that's the most he will go for in terms of like. So this is completely detailed within the foreground of the image. So this is as detailed as he's ever gonna get. And even then, he only uses 3 layers. So think about this idea, because you can convey a lot in just 3 layers. And you notice in the background, he has significantly less detail, right? Like he's using big, large shapes. So you still need to know how to draw and things for animation, but keeping it simple and trying to convey the most amount of information is very good. So if you want to practice this style, then for example, if you took a study like this, you would pick just one shadow value, one base value, and one highlight value, and you would do this entire picture just based on that. I would totally be an Imperial in Star Wars. I would be like a bounty hunter. That sounds pretty cool to me. But again, you pick one value for the shadow, and then 1 value for the highlights. And you can change these up depending on exactly which like portion you are, but like if you say you're considering the face, then the face has 1 dark value, 1 light value, and 1 highlight value. Or you can say 1 base value, 1 dark value, 1 light value. And if you keep doing images in this way, you really build up an ability to try and translate things better in terms of these real small amounts of color variation. Java the Hutt cheer because they get pretty slave girls. It's true. You also get choked to death by them. But I don't know what you're into, Bloody Wing. That might be the way you want to go. Sometimes, true. Only when the pesky Jedi get involved. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. I want to put in some red values. So I shall. Nobody's here to stop me. Who's your favorite Star Wars character? Mine's got to be... I want to say General Grievous. I kind of want to say that. I like General Grievous a lot. It's hard for me to answer the question though, because I love the Expanded Universe so much. I'm a big fan of the Expanded. General Akbar? Don't you mean Admiral Akbar, you fucking plebeian? It's a trap! Got him! It's a twerp. It's pretty cool. I want to put in some like really lovely white values in the hair. This girl has hair like Kate, doesn't she? This girl looks like Kate. What the fuck am I talking about? This girl is Kate. This is Kate in her early years. When she was modeling in France. We're just drawing Kate right now, guys. Don't mind me. Drama boss. I was not that kid. Are you kidding me? This looks just like you. Name one thing that's different. She even has a nose ring or whatever. Come on. Here's a question for you, Kate. Who's your favorite Lord of the Rings character? Now she's gonna dig deep into the lore, you know? She's gonna be like Glorfindel, and people are gonna be like, who? Who is that? Is he the dwarf? I would draw Belle even with clothes. That's actually the highest amount of compliments that Bloodywing could give anybody. That he would draw you even with clothes. Okay, this is a tough question. That's why I asked it. Who would it be though? Would it be the heroes? Would it be one of the heroic characters? But Kate doesn't like them goody two-shoes characters. Kate likes the bad boys. Who's the baddest boy in Middle-earth? The Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil's the baddest guy in Middle-earth. He can't even be corrupted. Are you using TV Paint? No, my friend, I am using Krita. It is a painting software because I am not an animator. I am an artiste, at least I'm trying to be. I'm desperately trying to be an artist. I'm failing a little bit, but I still try. I don't know why I keep trying. Maybe I'm obsessive. I'm going to the shop. I will be back in around 20 minutes. Don't worry about it, friend. We'll keep the fort down for you. In reality, my favorite Lord of the Rings character is Gothmog, the king of the Balrogs, because I fucking love Balrogs. I don't think he was in the series. Because I think the Balrog in Moria was called Durin's Bane, wasn't it? Wasn't called. Didn't really have too much of a name. Probably relate to Frodo the most, honestly, which I know a lot of people aren't a huge fan of. I also like Aragorn and Faramir in the books. Faramir is fucking bae. Also, if you haven't seen it already, Kate, NTG sung Pippin's song. And I posted it specifically for you on the Discord in the clips and meme section. I thought you'd really enjoy that if you haven't seen it already. It's so beautiful. It's so gorgeous. Big shoutouts to NTG. I have to go back and brush up on my backlore to pick a favorite character from them. Yeah, I mean, I just know the passing names, because like I said, I think I've told you before, but I could never get through some of the more heavier parts of the... Let me go check it out. Sorry, but don't worry about it, Kate. Don't worry about it. Name that girl, thank you so much for the shout out, Ellie. Steph is incredible. One of my favorite people on the platform. And she's gonna be in TwitchCon along with Kate over here. Any of you other guys going to TwitchCon that I should know about so I can permanently unfriend you? Because you're living all of my experiences and dreams? Do let me know. It's precious. What's taters? Precious? Potatoes. Try and get our negative spacing in. But thanks for the cool question, by the way, Tiv. I don't usually get animation-based questions, and I have a bit of knowledge for animation. I won't say I have a lot, but I have a little bit. What color do I want this head to be, this cap over here? Let's just say it's like a desaturated kind of purplish color to begin with. We are going to go in on this. Also, let's pull up an image, just so people have an idea of the things that I do. Oops, sorry about that. That's what I was doing before stream, is my current anatomy project. I need to be finishing this at some point. I was almost really close to finishing it, and then my Krita crashed, but we're not going to talk about that because that makes Indiana Bro very angry. So we're not going to mention that happened. Let's just pretend like I forgot to finish it. Let's say that. I didn't finish it. Let's just blame it on me. How about that? I don't want to talk about crashes. But it's going pretty well. I really enjoy the space. It's been been really fun trying to just paint purely with shapes and zero blending. So there's absolutely no blending in this piece. And that's been a really fun adventure to try and learn from. I do think moving forward that I've made a couple of big mistakes when it comes to detailing the piece. Damn, Steph can sing so well, that is gorgeous. I know, she's absolutely incredible. Big shout out to Steph, and I can't wait to hear all the crazy adventures you all get up to in the TwitchCons. And I hope you make the most of it, because you only get to see each other, what, a couple of times a year? So I'm really happy that you get the opportunity to, and I'm so thrilled that going to be so many adventures coming out of that. It's going to be so fun. Can't wait for Siege's video. That's the only thing I can wait for. It's Siege's video. Siege makes some quality vlogging content. This needs to be a more saturated blue.
Yo.
Is Krita free? Yes indeed, sir. It is free. Free for anybody to use and download. If you require any references, brushes, technical difficulties, make sure to post on the Discord. We have been incredibly blessed with some members of the community that are using Krita at a very high level. And some of them even work on Krita, like Bloodywing over here. So I have no idea how I came upon this sort of fortune in my life. But let me tell you, I'm not going to squander it. I'm very grateful. It is 100% a good thing. I'm very happy. Back to my Inktober's. Your Inktober's have been looking pretty good. I gotta say that you're putting in so much effort into it that I really want to do mine as well. But I have a feeling like you yourself are kind of regretting the amount that you're putting into it, even though every one of them looks fantastic so far. I'm really proud that you're sticking to it, all of it. You're doing a fantastic job, friend. And thanks for sticking around. That sort of role reversal doesn't happen to me very often. Good to see my heroes in the chat. Means the world to me. Cool lighting warm shadows. I haven't been putting in that much effort lately, only in the past few. I've been doing more. Yeah, your ink washes and stuff for the latest one, the bottle one. I believe that bottle was there, you know? That was a really, really well rendered out bottle. Super good job. Let's cool this light down. Have you seen the painting by Kinlo I shared today? It was made with Krita too. Was that in the general chat? Because I did see something posted there. It's insane. Let's look at it. Okay, I will look at it directly after stream. Actually, fuck it. What am I doing right now? I can just look at it right now. What am I doing that's so important? Am I better than you? No, I'm not. Oh, dude, that's sick. That's really good. It's just a sort of surreal thing that I like as well. I'll still be in here, by the way, just might be a little quieter. That's perfectly fine. You know something, Kate? I've been thinking about your work a lot recently because I study your work more often than I'd like to admit because I don't want to be a creep. But if there's one thing that you do supremely well, better than almost anybody I know, is the sort of surreal beauty sort of art, you know? Art that's beautiful, but also kind of like surreal. Sort of like fringing on maybe a little bit of an uncanny valley sort of territory. You do that better than anybody I know. And I thought that's something that I was good at, even though I don't do it very often these days. But you're really good at that. And I think the majority of your good pieces as well, like your really, really good pieces, they all kind of reflect a bit of that element. I think that's really your strong point. Crows don't study my work, you'll pick up terrible habits. Fuck no, I want to learn. I want to learn how you do color. I'm a big fan of the way you do color. But that's honestly my opinion of when it comes to like, if I were to say that you have one strength, it's probably going to be color, particularly applied in this sort of idea. Because I don't think I know anybody that does like this, that stuff as good as you do. You got a real eye for it. And I think that those kind of pieces are the pieces that you really come alive in, you know? I can really see the essence of what like makes me so impressed with your work. Something I really want to add to my art? I think if you can definitely double down. I know you're taking a bunch of classes right now, and I'm so happy that you're making the conscious decision to get better, which is like all I'm about. That's fully what I'm about on my own stream, and I'm glad you're looking for resources and things. But yeah, certainly my absolute favorite pieces from you are of that sort. And those are personally some of my favorite pieces of artwork in general. I really enjoyed. Birth of Venus, how's it going, Veenie? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. How's it going, my friend? You guys do not know Birth of Venus. Fantastic, fantastic artist. Personal mentor to me, if I can say that. Has been on our stream fairly often in the past. She's been extremely supportive of my little art journey, and she's been so gracious as to stop like the screaming sound in her head when I talk. You know, every time I open my mouth, she her brain just explodes like, why is he asking so many stupid questions? I just want to watch the stream. But she's tolerated me so far, and I really appreciate the fact that she has. And it's so lovely to see you. I'll give you a shout out here. If you guys want my A++ recommendation, check out Birth of Venus, check out Kate, aka Bellatrix. These people... Wait, shit. Mod, by the way. Not only am I a streamer, I'm a mod as well, and I fuck up my own goddamn commands. I'm doing well, James. How are you? Doing fine, thank you for asking. Is practice better on drawing tablet, PC, than a book? So this is an interesting question. So, it's sort of like let's say squatting in a gym or something else in like, just in general. Skills have something called a carryover. Doing something might confer you the ability to do other things better, but ultimately there's no better substitute than just doing that particular thing. So if you say, I want to get better at drawing on a computer.
I can't believe you've done this.
Thanks for the follow, I appreciate that. CGD, Jamie, how's it going, Jamie? Good to see you. Give me a holla up in chat, if I can say that. Can I say that? I don't know if I can say that. But to answer your question, if you want to get better at something, you just do that thing. So for example, if your goal is to get better at drawing on a computer, you just draw on a computer. If your goal is to get better at traditional art, you draw traditional art. There's no substitute ultimately to say that one is better than the other. It depends entirely on what your goals are. Like if I wanted to squat 500 pounds, I wouldn't start doing leg press. I would just start squatting. You can do ancillary stuff to help you along that journey to make sure things are more accurate, but ultimately there is no substitute for the very action itself. If I wanted to get better at color, I wouldn't start doing value studies entirely. Value is important in color, but color studies are king in learning color, right? So keep that in mind and think about what your own goals are. That's my take on it. Because it'll allow you for the greatest amount of practice when it comes to your pieces. Nothing can really substitute for just doing that particular activity. Think about what you want to do. Think about what you want to achieve. Oh my god, all the cutest ladies on Twitch are here. What's up, butt cheeks? How's it going, Vic? Good to see you, my friend. I saw that thing that you posted on the Discord today. Fantastic. I'm really glad that you took Kate's advice and have begun drawing the monsters, because monsters definitely do help with the art block. They are the champions against the art block. Personally, I draw mantis shrimp, which can be, by a lot of definitions, considered to be monsters. But whatever helps you, helps you. And it was looking pretty damn good. Good to see you. Alright is the word. I must return to the kiddo. I'll be back, no problem. I'll hold on the fort. Yeah, practicing colors too? Awesome. Like I was just saying earlier, if you want to get better at something, you just do that thing. Sometimes it can be hard, and it can be discouraging. For example, look at pull-ups, for instance. Most people, I kind of relate everything to the gym, but most people can't do a pull-up. But the only way of doing pull-ups is to do pull-ups. The only way to get better at pull-ups is to do pull-ups. So you try to do whatever variation you can do. So generally people do banded or they do negatives or something like that. So even if you can't do something, there's gotta be some variation of it that you can do, right? Think about it. You'll find that learning in general, it always follows some sort of pattern, some sort of rhythm. Not just learning specific things, but learning in general. You'll always have the same pitfalls, you'll always have the same thresholds, you'll always have the same things that are keeping you down. No matter what you do, no matter what you choose to invest yourself into. By figuring out how to avoid them, figuring out how to overcome them, these are like universal things that will help you no matter what you're doing. Nothing is inherently easier than something else. Everything comes with its own pitfalls. It's just part of learning. I can move my fingers, does that count as a pull-up? No, it does not. Gotta get that full scapular extension, gotta get your, well, depending on what you're doing. Ideally, you want to get your chest above the bar. Maybe a deep red here. I'm gonna put the fundamental values down. So I want that to be some sort of color progression or color correspondence in between the scarf and the face, maybe? I'm thinking about using similar highlights maybe, but a little bit more saturation. Dude, I've been binge watching Marco Bucci. Like, I've been an absolute Marco Bucci slut lately. It's been an interesting experience. He's all but convinced me to just go out and buy a bunch of watercolor and start doing environmental studies. I think I was mentioning this to Kate the other day, but I really kind of want to do that now. I want to go outside and do a bunch of environmental studies, and I know they're going to be shit, but I think it'll be really important for me to do them. Oops. Outside? I know, scary, isn't it? What a scary prospect. But I still think it's important. Because he makes a good argument for it, because sometimes your art can be too stiff and too overtuned and too overpolished for it to make too much of a sense in terms of an artistic perspective. Because ultimately when you're drawing, you don't draw reference directly, right? You draw the impression the reference leaves on you. And I think this is something that I lose when I'm doing studies, because in studies I'm trying to do a 1:1 recreation of what I see. And this oftentimes is not the same as making art or drawing. Because drawing isn't a 1:1 recreation, it's more of the impression it leaves on me. The feeling that it evokes. To learn this, I think that I can think of no better way to learn this idea than to just go out and do some live painting. See what my interpretation is. So the scariest portion of that is just doing it in watercolor, you know? I wish I could just take my tablet outside. But this is not a sensible idea, not a feasible idea either. You really think you should start with this in an environment? There are lots of challenges you will face there at once? I know, but this is just the kind of person that I am, you know? It's like when I was fat and ugly and disgusting, and now I'm not fat, I'm still ugly and disgusting. But when I wanted to make the change, I went from doing no exercise to running 7 days a week. So I'm just a super polarized individual, so I think it'll be the best for me. Just based on my own assessment. It's the same with drawing, you know? Like, I didn't draw at all for about over a year, over a year and a half. And then I meet James and Pam, and then I draw every single day for the last 6 months. I mean, I think learning from life is a great idea. I think so too. I mean, it's just something I haven't done before, so if anything, it's going to be a benefit, right? I can't unlearn the things that I've learned already. But Velocity brings up a good point, meaning you have to be feasible with things. No, I'm sorry, I'm not questioning your passion and motivation, just the steps you're taking are huge. Yeah, this is what I was about to address. I was saying that you're absolutely right bringing that up though, because when a lot of people make changes, they make the mistake of making them unreasonable changes and therefore they kind of lose out steam. Well, this is something I've noticed about myself. It's just that I don't really care too much about these kind of things. Like same goes for like streaming or for all the other things. I just jumped into it. It's just the I'm just there's something wrong with me. That's all I want to say. It's not a regular human being. You're such an all or nothing type guy, dude. I'm gonna marry the first girl I ever kissed, so I am definitely an all or nothing type of guy. Because change of medium from life, plain air, traditional air. Yeah, I know. I'm fully ready of the idea that I'm gonna fail terribly. But I mean, you've heard me talk about my work, right? I mean, it's not like I'm ever gonna stop because I don't think my work is good. Because I never think my work is good. So I'm just gonna play to my strengths. I think it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna enjoy sharing all of my numerous failings with you guys, and you can laugh at me and be like, "I fucking told you so. I told you you're being unreasonable. Why don't you just start slow?" I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry." Married first go? I'm going to marry my girlfriend, yeah. This is a set in stone thing. Who else I'm gonna marry?
By the way, I feel bad. I never asked you how your love life is going.
No. As you know, that was a done deal.
Rings wedding bells? Yeah. I mean, it just seemed like an obvious thing. For me, this is my long-term goal, so I will be the last person wanting to stop you from this. I am so interested to see you doing traditional plein air things. Yeah, I mean, I've drawn from life before, but that was with ballpoint, right? So I don't think it even counts. Let me ask you a question. Why this eyebrow dark? Why this eyebrow white? What's happening here? Kate, explain. This is you in the picture, right? Explain. What was happening to your hair back then? Can I crash the wedding? Hell no, you're not invited. What? I think her hair is on top of her eyebrow. Maybe. My friend accidentally waxed off that eyebrow. Probably. Thanks for the backstory, Kate. Appreciate you. No, that really happened? Did it really? That sounds horrific. I had a bit more of a bluish tinge over here. Is that really you? Of course it's Kate. What do you mean? Didn't you know that Kate used to be a model in Paris? Why do you think she knows French, Wick? Do you not know this about Kate? What the fuck? How embarrassing it is to be you. Kate, you're supposed to back me up. What the fuck are you doing? You're supposed to back me up. What happened to bros? Dude, I'm just putting color like an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. And this is not like a Jay Hansen or Kate. I don't know what I'm doing. I genuinely have no fucking idea. Let's just play with it. I was a pudgy little while. You were not pudgy. I've seen your awkward pictures. Are you fucking kidding me? Pudgy, this girl says. Meanwhile, you like on the fucking volleyball team and you were on the shot put team. I don't know. I really was for a Okay, I'm not taking away from your achievement. Fuck. Okay, God. Alright, fine. If you want me to call you fat, I'll call you fat, Kate. If you want it so badly. You're thick, Kate? Okay, I'm not gonna touch that one. You can deal with that, Kate. You can deal with that, you're grown up. Why are we focusing on minutiae in this piece? We should be focusing on the biggest pieces. I am so deficient. Let's put this highlight in here. What are we doing? What are we doing? Did we even do a contrast study on this piece? Thinking where our darks are? Let's do it in a really, really late sort of idea. Okay, seems like bottom 5th for the darks. Bottom 5th, top 4th. Okay. I'm a man that shows what I love in my food. Does that mean you're fat? I don't think you're fat. I've seen your naked torso on my Discord, so I know you're not fat. Maybe a little skinny fat, but then even that arguments can be made. Oh, this is a nice color. Bulk season, hell yeah. That's the right answer. That is the right answer. Bulk season. Let's get the silhouette down, shall we? Something we should have done way earlier. Let's just do it now. Just the way we like to roll with things. I'll desaturate that a little bit. You working on anything, Vini? No, you dropped in here. How is the piece you were working on that you showed us last stream? That looked like a lot of fun. The character translation, the pirate girl. Add some additional mouse here based on the negative space between the book and the side of the hand, or the elbow even. I'm not working on her? Okay, what are you doing right now? If I may ask, if I could be so bold. Working on my Melancholia piece. Melancholia. I won't say I'm super familiar, but it certainly sounds cool. Can you share 1 second? Awesome. I'd love to see. I'm gonna put our base down just really quickly. And then we'll put in our occlusions, and then everything, I hope, is gonna make sense. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. We can't do anything about that. We can't change our destiny. We're simply victims of it. Put this orange down here, just so everything makes sense. I really want to saturate this. I want this orange to like glow almost. That's much better. I'm gonna use this sort of orange. Let me see. Oh Jesus. I remember you posting this the other day. A while ago actually. It's come a long way, I think. The face seems a lot more clearer. Look at this. Look at how pretty it is. So pretty. I love it. I love the iridescentness that you're putting on the piece as well in areas like this. Crazy. And the lighting coming from the top. That's that Sarah Jean critique right here on underwater pieces. Super, super good job. So good, I know, right? Venus is a fucking monster. Is this just a personal piece, Venus? Or is this for somebody? Or for something? Looks incredible. It's gonna make such a great addition to your portfolio. Because it shows such range. I don't know if I'm happy. What are you concerned about right now? Seems like something is missing. It's personal? Okay. Something is missing. I don't know if I'm in a position to even answer that. If something is indeed missing. Maybe you can add a secondary element somewhere? Like a brooch or a necklace that's floating, somewhere like this. But even then, I think the rendering's spot on. I love the colorings that you've used. Hey, how's it going, sweetie? Girlfriend in chat, everybody say hello. Perhaps some coral or something in there? Yeah, I don't know. I dig the background a lot. I think it's really cool. Photoshop my face on her, I'll be one of your French girl paintings? I mean, I think she wants to improve it, Beck. I think that was the question. I think adding like a spotlight or something would be a good idea. But then it's too late for that, and I like the lighting scheme a lot. You can make the lighting a bit more dynamic, I think, but even then, I think it looks good. And I'm sure you'll figure out what's bothering you on it. But it looks great to me. It looks really solid. Maybe I just need to work on the values? Perhaps. Because right now the face is reading a lot more defined than the rest of the image. Maybe some darker values would be a good idea. Because the rest of the image doesn't go nearly as dark as the face. That could be an idea. But super good piece already. I'm a really big fan of that. Super good job. Get this idea out on here. On my adventure to the outdoors, I saw some shoplifters getting caught. Interesting about shoplifters, because recently my brother was in Turkey. And I think he was passing through Paris. And he almost got mugged like 5 times going to the airport. Apparently he was being stalked by a group of miscreants. Scary stuff. But apparently Turkey itself seems to be really, really nice for him. He really enjoys being in Turkey. But the place is pretty cool. But all the nonsense happened in Paris. Scary, scary stuff. Someone reaches for my backpack, they're eating my elbow. I'm super conscious of this thing. I don't even carry cash when I go outside. I'm always worried. Because I don't give the aura out that like somebody wants to fuck with me. Because I'm not built like a regular human. But at the same time, I'm not stupid, right? I'm not gonna punch a knife. I'm not gonna eat a bullet. Everybody needs to be cautious. Be safe, people. Worry about you. I would? Well, then you're not gonna last very long, Vic. Gotta say. Let's slightly spruce up this background just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Add a bit more of an element in here. It's going a bit slow right now. Let's put some detail into the face, shall we? Let's get some ideas down here. Get our idea of the eye down, maybe? Do I have the full range of values I want to be working on with the face? Let me do a quick check. It's about where I want it to be. Seems to be fine. Also have my occlusions here. Pretty good. It's about as dark as I want my occlusions to be. Okay, we can do some things with the face now. Okay, define the bottom of the nose. Gotta think about that fundamental idea of where our occlusions are gonna go onto a face. Let's put the occlusions in, and then everything should make a modicum of sense. So put those two values down over there. And shape the upper lip using this value over here. We put the value in for the upper lip right after. Pick a slightly saturated version of that. Maybe darker than that. But have you guys ever had experiences with pickpockets? I'm trying to think if I've ever had experiences with them. Not many, I'm usually very cautious. My mom was almost mugged outside our house. That was pretty fucking scary for her. A very tiny lady. People on her on a bike tried to harass her and grab her purse. In Portugal. How'd that end up? Doesn't sound too pleasant. Go a bit down for the highlights. Putting down the fundamentals in here. Fundamental light values. I'll think about the shapes in just a second. I want to put in the bases first, and then we'll think about the shapes. Dark value here. On the eye. We'll place that using the negative space. Pretty scary stuff though. Somebody here in the Netherlands came up to me when I was walking pretty late at the night, asking for cigarettes. That's generally a really bad sign, so I just ped walk really quickly away from him. I don't really know what the code is over here, but at least in the UK I know it's really fucking bad. If you're in the Netherlands, Venus we've talked about this like 15 times. Come on. But yes, I am in the Netherlands. He's gonna be like, I thought you were in India. No, I'm not. Going to be getting some more pen names. Gotta change this one out. I haven't changed it in almost 3-4 years. Yeah, I should think about getting replacements here just in case I need them. Tried to pickpocket me on the local city bus line as a bus stopped and opened up. Mind you, they have doors in the back too. I elbowed his arm, turned around and high kicked him out of the bus. Jesus. This is the first time I've heard of this. Fair enough. Maybe you just don't remember. Remember what happened to your buddy Indiana bro. You ever think about that, Vini? Huh? You ever think about me? But yes, I am in the Netherlands. You know, the Netherlands. Fun little place. Also a fantastic art shop nearby. To be fair, my experience with art shops is somewhat limited. Don't know too much about it. about like materials and stuff, but it does have a lot of stuff in it, way more than I ever had back home. That's very exciting. I'm gonna go there and get some of my watercolors when I eventually get to doing these studies. It's not impossible that I may have forgotten. I'm not gonna say anything. Let's just blame it on me, you know? When you're in my stream, you'll blame it on the streamer. When I'm in your stream, I'll blame it on you. Check out Dick Blick or Blick Dick. I don't know if it's Blick Dick or Dick Blick. It's a little like a mom and pop store around here. But I really enjoy it. People over there are very sweet. They barely speak English, but they're always very sweet to me. And that goes a long way. I appreciate it. I want to get this redness of the cheek, and then I can think about my occlusions once I get that down. But I really want to get this kind of saturated red idea in the cheek. That's nice. Lovely red color. Wait, you speak English? I mean, I try sometimes. I do make some attempt to be mildly proficient in the language, however, always doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, there we go. He looks like a 59-year-old grandma. So we're doing a good job already. We can fix that issue when it comes to it, but right now let's put in our occlusions. I've been wanting to do it for a while now. Let's just go ahead and do it. I know what value I want for my occlusions, so this will help frame everything else in the image. Goodness me, look at all those chickens. There's so many chickens. Machine! Thank you so much for the raid and the hostess. Oh, my sus machine in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Holy crap, we got my boy Nuts in here. We got Malfory in here. Got Sus in here.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Stereo NTA, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Out from nowhere into the sea, and it's my beautiful, lovely sus machine. She came over here and she's having a look. Everybody should go buy her new book. Sus machine, how you doing today? I wanna hear everything you have to say. I wanna hear if you drew some bobs or if you drew some butts, and if you bought my best friend, his name is Nuts. It's Sus. I think I should have ended it here. It's Sus. That's where I should have ended it. But how's it going? Good to see you, my friend. Wait. What do you mean, wait? What do you mean? Oh, sorry. I went a bit too hyphy on the volume there. Sorry if I deafened you guys. But thank you so much for the I'm in love with you, my bread, my pants are Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I appreciate you Nuts stopping by.
Oh, what a day!
Oh, goodness. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the gift sub, Vic. Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for supporting the channel. My book is not ready, Brad. I know it's not ready, but I'm just getting people ready for it. Have a bad emote? I know. Sus, welcome to the family again. I hope you're enjoying the worst emote on twitch.tv. Hope you enjoy some of that. Apparently we are working on transforming this woman into the oldest grandma possible. I hope you guys are going to enjoy this in the next couple of hours, because that's what we're going to be doing. Going to be a good adventure, and I hope you guys will enjoy sticking with me. And that's right now we're just putting on our occlusions. We put in our base values. Unfortunately, she does look approximately 500 years old, but we are going to be fixing this post haste. Don't you worry about it. Leave it to me. Your boy Indian bread. We'll figure this out. But how was your stream, Sus? How was also I have to close your tab because I have it open right now and I need to conserve my bandwidth. Will I have enough love to share? Yeah. What will Luftman say about this? I don't know what Luftman would say about this, but hopefully it's good things. I will combine with Susap, it'll be the best emote in the world. Indian hype. Susing. A big shout out to Sus. I don't think we have a mod in here right now. But let me give you that premium shout out coming from yours truly, from my heart to your art. Please follow Sus if you haven't already. Phenomenal artist. She draws from the mind, she puts it into reality. Premium? Yeah. Susuri the bread. India and the artist. All sorts of combinations, permutations. All over this nation. Affecting you so hard, giving you constipation. You put those things together, call it conflation. Because right now the hype train is leaving the station. Got them rhymes. Who watched the movie The Great Gatsby or read? I have watched the movie The Great Gatsby. What about it? What discussions shall we engage upon this movie? I'm so in love with all the words. I want to live in the stream. Words are some things that I have, my friend. I do not have a face that you might enjoy. I do not have a body that you might crave. But I might have some sexy words that you might exult in, that might enjoy, might revel in. Maybe you can say this. And you can use these words. And simultaneously, I might have some art that you might potentially like to see, but most probably maybe not. I do not admit to being very good with the drawing, but I do things like this sometimes. This is what I was working on before my Krita crust, but yeah, I draw things like this, generally speaking. I like anatomy. I like doing studies. These are the kind of things that I do. Alright, good night everybody. Hey, good night man. Thanks for stopping by. Malfiery. Nice talking to you. Yeah, thanks for stopping by and saying some kind words. Do appreciate you. But this is the kind of things. No very good Brit plays. I have standards. One of the reasons why I live with my partner is because of his puns, word jokes, and rhymes. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Your art is awesome. Dude, thank you for the kind words. It is well received. Well received, and I am not peeved with all of this art coming out of my sleeves. So I hope you indeed see what I do achieve. That my art strikes you with a little reprieve.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you did that. But who did that? Who indeed did that? Who did something like that to me? Lynch.com. That's one hell of a name. Welcome. My name is Indiana Broad, aka James, aka that guy that does way too many studies on Twitch.tv. Good to see you, my friend. Say hello to me in the chat. Let me know how you're doing. But you don't have to. There is no compulsion. There is no necessity. You can just sit back, relax, and enjoy some attempt at artwork being done here. Some attempts. That's what I'm going to call it. Attempts at artwork. I'm so tired. Streamer. Good to say James or something. You are drawing in Photoshop. I am drawing in Krita. Krita is a free software. For people that, like me, that are poor and are barely paying their way through college, you can use Krita and all your problems will be solved. Tisha, thank you for the host. Appreciate you, buddy. Good to see you. Let me know how you're doing. Hello. Haha, glad to see you brought us over. Yeah, I appreciate you and appreciate Sus for bringing you beautiful people over. I try reading Sus whenever I can. I'm so happy that she's returning the favor. This is incredible. You can write the name of this program in the chat. Sure, of course I can. Here you go. It is a free software. There you go. Hope you like it. Hope you enjoy it. It's been doing pretty well for me, and I hope it offers you the same benefits. Hope you find the same amount of success that I have, which is, albeit somewhat modest, but I am appreciative of it. Seater, how's it going? Got at least my Kerrigan main shapes right. How's it going, by the way? How's the new job? Simple, I hardly understand English speaking on her. Don't worry about it. If you have any questions or you want me to repeat something in simpler language, I'll be happy to do so. How's Sunday going? Sunday is going well. Yesterday was an absolute massacre of a stream. I did not do very well yesterday, but today is going a lot better. Thank you for asking. Isidro, by the way, absolute monster. Monster 3D autos. Make sure you post the most current version of your Kerrigan, by the way. I always do enjoy seeing you and catching up with you every now and then. Make sure that people know exactly where you are in your process, because if you guys do not know Isidro, he is incredible. What screen are you using on Krita? Create as new resolution? Oh, okay. So I use 2000 by 2000 because I have to stream. But the general idea when you're using Krita, or when you're using any painting software, is you paint in the resolution that is the most that you can manage. So the most resolution you can manage, and by manage I mean if you can paint without it lagging or stalling in your computer, you paint with that resolution. That is the one that you choose. I'm just going to shift this entire thing a little bit up because I'm painting just a wee bit too low. Let me quickly get an adjustment brush. At the moment I'm trying to think what is best way to make Kerrigan's veins. Those veins will be like a growing disease effect that is under the skin. Yeah, I've seen references. So I'm trying to do a visual effect on top of my Kerrigan model. Sounds very cool. James, what's up, Vic? How's it going, buddy? Can I help you? Kerrigan turntable. Sounds good. I might crash nap for like an hour. Dude, I'll be here when you get back. Don't worry about it. Take the load off. Don't you worry about it, buddy. I will be here when you get back, and I appreciate you hanging out so far. Thanks for being active in the chat. And I hope that your coloring of your piece goes swiftly and without too much issue. Take the load off, yeah. I have to get the load out. But everybody look at that video, by the way. That Isidro just linked. He is very, very good at what he does. Looking really sharp, my friend. Looks very, very good. Can't get over all the detail you put in for the individual like antenna hair that she has, her dreadlocks. I'm gonna keep the lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the lurk. Alright, we're gonna make sure that this girl looks a little bit more feminine. So we're gonna be thinking about putting in some shapes here. Let's refine some of our shapes that we have going on here. So again, I'm moving away from a more blend focused style to a more shape focused style with very little blending involved. So we're going to be trying our best to use this sort of information to put in. Lurk, hey, don't worry about it, studio. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was lovely bandying words with you. So it's a really simple idea. We look for shapes, we look for negative spaces, and we shape our image accordingly. For example, if I was to look at the side of the face and think about exactly how much distance do I have between the face and the side of the face, I would come to the conclusion that it doesn't seem enough, at least. Let's do a quick flip and check the positioning of things. So yeah, we definitely want to be bringing this idea inside here. So we super saturate. And then we bring this entire cheek idea a little bit more inside. Matching the reference just a little bit more. Taking some of these values here, over here, making sure that this idea is maintained. Bloody Wing dropping some knowledge. Yeah, but generally I would say as much as you can manage without it lagging is generally. So you can pick 2500 by 2500, 5000 by 5000, any of those things. Oh, I see. I see, Isidro. Very cool. Regarding RAM, planning to buy in this or next month. More RAM is as I need for the VXF stuff. 128 gig DDR4. Sounds good, man. Let me know how that works out for you. Sounds like a pretty cool endeavor. Always excited to see your updates coming into my chat. Very, very happy to have met you. Okay, so we don't want to put too much color down here, but we do, however, want to simplify some shapes. Let's do that. So we'll simplify some shapes and then we'll review at the end of it. So by simplifying the shapes, I mean figuring out areas which are dark, areas which are bright, and putting them in respective to each other. So this sort of approach involves very little blending, so I'm going to be using the local color, and if I'm missing some sort of internal color, I'll put them in a smaller shape. But for the most part, I'm just going to be sampling colors that are available currently on my little blob here, and things should be falling into place depending on them. Should be a fairly straightforward idea. VFX. My previous PC had 8 gigs and 7-second VFX render. Took me 2 weeks. Jesus. Yeah, I can see why that's pretty intensive. And you also want to do a bunch of mining as well, right? What you told me. Get this idea of the chin down here. So again, think in terms of shapes. So I want to reach this value over here. Dev part, creating a skin shader for my Kerrigan and using 8K textures. Very cool stuff. Sounds like you're on top of it. How goes the job, by the way, my friend? I hope the job is treating you alright. Your new employment. So, getting the shape defining the upper portion of the cheek. Job is okay? Good to hear, my friend. Here. Again, very little blending. Just trying to get the essence of the shapes down based on my existing value. And things should fall into place following that. Just stop looking so demonic in just a little bit. Put in the general idea of the shape first. And things will be thusly improved. But sis, I don't think you posted what you were working on. I would like to see, if you're still in here, which I hope you are. I do miss you already. Putting in these fundamental values. Already it's coming together fairly well. So the idea is to be able to spot them as accurately as you can. I don't want to be too stark when I can avoid it, so I might lower that value right there. The idea is to pick the biggest shapes and roll with them as best we can. Things will fall into place eventually. As long as we stick with our general idea, things should be okay. Might be able to do the under skin effect as well as the veins with the material as well, don't you? Animated. And then use an OBJ file. Oh, you guys are way above my head right now, but I'm sure Velocity has some information that might be valuable. I love the idea of the hair changing color as it gets closer to the skin, and as well as the vest. Changes to a bit more of like an orangish feel, which is really cool. I really like that idea. Okay, so let's not think about too many colors right now. Let's again think about our fundamentals, make sure that our occlusions are there, make sure that our shapes make sense.
Oh fuck, I can't believe you've done this.
Goodness me, I can't believe you did that, but who in the world, who would have done this to me? Killick69, welcome, one of my favorite numbers to be sure. And Killick was a character in Soul Calibur if I'm not wrong. I could be, I've been known to be wrong before. But wasn't he the guy with the stuff? Wasn't that Killick? Let me know. I don't know if my knowledge is accurate anymore. But perhaps it is. Always possible, right? Maybe I can be right for once. But now we are working with this mud, shaping it, trying to make sure that it doesn't look too trashy as we move forward. So we have a new streamer in Krita, was called Ethereal Moods, who's a friend of Steph, and she just started streaming. I was in her stream yesterday, and she was doing such a fantastic job. She's one of the most incredible traditional artists that I've ever seen. I'm going to make sure to give her a big shout out on my Discord. I think definitely people would benefit from seeing more of her work. And just how this is now. I mean, I was in her stream yesterday. I should probably post more for more updates off that stream in my Discord when she goes live. Because she just started. She just has like, I think 50 followers already. And I'm really excited to see where she goes in streaming, because I think she can make it really, really big. She's phenomenal. Really, really good. I can actually link her Instagram if you guys want to check out her work. So we like supporting channels whenever we can. So go give Ethereal Moods a big follow. I think you guys will really, really enjoy her work. Arguably one of the most talented watercolor artists that I've seen. So I learned about Ethereal Moods through Steph, NTG. And NTG said she was just blown away by this girl's artwork. So that's her Instagram as well. Give her a look-see. Very, very informative stream as well. Like for her second stream, she was so like interactive with the chat, and she was like doing her best. And it was super good. I really enjoyed the stream. I actually really enjoyed hanging out there. So it definitely comes with my recommendation, at least. If that's worth anything to you. Now I get this small shape in here. Okay, making some progress. Still have to sharpen some things out. I do give her artwork a look, give her a follow on Instagram. Not to mention anything about me. I think she definitely requires or deserves some exposure. Really, really good. Just a cool person in general. Her work is gorgeous, I know, right? She's crazy. Getting some of this information down. I want to go a little bit more reddish with the lips here. Follow there? Hey, thanks guys, appreciate it. She's really close to hitting affiliate. And I said she'd probably be able to hit it next week. She already has like, I don't know, 10 people in our chat already when I was with her. She streams kind of late for us Europeans. Streams around 3-ish, I think, for me. But I usually catch Steph's streams, and Steph streams at 3-ish as well. Except for tonight. Tonight she actually streams at 12 my time, so we're going to be most probably rating Steph at the end of today's stream. Which is always a fun little prospect. I like rating Steph, I like rating Kate, I like rating my friends. Call me biased.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Goodness me. So many follows today. Chinmoku. How's it going, Chinmoku? Good to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is James, and we are the study channel. All I do on this stream is study. Every single day. Just about here and there. We try to get better at artwork. Currently, we are in the midst of trying to get better at drawing with color. We did 9 episodes, almost 50 hours of streaming to get our values correctly. Want to see the result of those streams? You can check out my Instagram. Currently, we are trying to get better at the idea of drawing with color. So with that intention in mind, we are doing some color studies currently. It is certainly going pretty well. I love your drawing, thanks. If you want to see some of my slightly more finished work, I do things like this. It's too good? Hey, thanks, I appreciate it. Thank you for the very kind words. So currently we are trying to get better at color, so we are ending up doing things like this currently. But I do a ton of other things. I do a ton of value studies. So for example, we did this on one of our days. That's purely value. We also did this on our last stream. So as you can see, I do a lot of things. So this is part of our color series. This was part of our value series. This is also part of our color series. So yeah, I'm just trying to learn. I'm mediocre at best when it comes to learning, but I do try to be pretty quick. Cheetan and awesome, thank you, I appreciate it. So if you ever want to learn how to do art, especially in a digital sense, I try my best to
I can't believe you've done this.
create an environment which facilitates this interest. Thank you for the follow. Fission252, fission. I like to play on words because you're trying to indicate fission as a nuclear fission or some other method. But you wrote it like fish. I caught that. Very well done. But yeah, so if you are an artist, make sure you share your work. I'm all about supporting the growing artists. And hello, nice work. Thank you so much. I appreciate the nice work, the nice words. Very nice of you to say. And I do value it. I'm just trying my best here, trying to get better. And if you also have a similar interest, I would advise or encourage you to try joining the Discord if you can. We have community studies every single week. We post references, we talk about our own work, we talk about things we can improve upon. That's just a major idea over here. I'm not trying to make a quick buck, I'm not trying to make a name for myself. I just want to try and help you guys improve as you have helped me improve. So you'll find a lot, and a lot, by a lot I mean a ton of incredible artists in my chat, like Birth of Venus and Bloody Wing and Bellatrix and all those individuals vital early on. And they're all crazy good. They're so much more talented than me, and I would certainly like my work to get to their level. And I'm very happy that they stick around my chat and they give me all of these insider tips and information that helps me and also helps other artists that are in this stream with me. So hopefully they'll be able to help you too, the way they helped me, by ways of proxy. And whatever they do tell me, I try and make it a point to refer to it constantly on the stream, because they're pretty fucking crazy. Just checked out your Instagram and wow, your work is awesome. That's so sweet of you to say. Thank you so much. I've just only recently, relatively speaking, in my art journey, started putting myself out there, and it's people like you that make me think that decision was really good, because the response has been overwhelmingly positive. Like, I don't think I've heard too many negative things said about my work, which again is kind of frightening because I'm always afraid people won't critique me, but thankfully there are plenty of people on the stream that always point out if I'm doing something wrong. I do appreciate that. And I see a lot of you guys seem to have artist kind of names, so if you have any work that you would like to share, the chat is entirely yours. Make sure you post your work. Instagram links are always welcome. Give you a like and give you a follow. I can share your stream work or your work on the stream. It's hard to put yourself out there, but I'm glad you did. I appreciate the kind words. It's very sweet of you to say. And it's lovely seeing all you new faces in here. Okay, so the biggest thing that we want to be thinking about right now is our occlusions. Occlusions are areas where light does not reach or travel to. So these dark regions around the face, where the face interacts with the surrounding medium and the hair, these are places that we want to have very, very dark values in, because this will allow us to define the edges of the face, define these sharp edges that we want to see in the image. So it will really help us home in on any sort of form that we are losing. So again, we want this area over here to be dark, and there are plenty of occlusions that we can take advantage of around the image. For example, we have a rather large one within the hair, so we can put in these kind of values in here. So again, some fundamental color theory, since the hair is taking on like a bluish texture, but the skin very close to it isn't blue, it's orange, it's a contrasting color. That means we need to pick something that's not very saturated, so pick a desaturated blue, and I'm putting in these values. This is what I've learned recently in terms of picking and matching some color. So we can put in these values over here. They don't have to be too accurate because I'm going to be mixing some additional values with them. But for the time being, they will suffice to try and frame the image where it needs to go. It might seem a little bit weird when you're putting down the first value, but the more you do it, the more everything will start to make sense. Because it'll start to read in your head that, okay, that is indeed the occlusion coming through. Is an important thing. Yeah, but like I was saying earlier, if you have any work that you would like to show, things that you're proud of, things that you're curious about, I encourage you fully try and post that in the chat so I can have a look. One of my favorite things to do. You certainly like doing it. Big fan of it. I want to be able to match this sort of value underneath the chin to a certain amount. So we have a shape here that we want to put in around the corner of the throat. So we have one shape right there. And then the lower value over here takes a shape something like this. So it's not just about putting down the value itself, but also figuring out the shape of that value. Something I've learned very recently. So I've shifted from a very value-based approach to a value plus shape-based approach, and I think it's been positively reflected on my artwork. For example, I can show you based on my past work, but let's take two faces for example. So this is a face using no shapes for values, and this is a face using heavy shapes for values, and I do enjoy the way that this looks a lot more. I really enjoy the way that this looks, because this one seems to be somewhat random, somewhat unsure about itself in terms of its placement of values, but this one I like how definite it is in terms of placement. So just something to think about. Like, it's not enough that you just identify the value of things, and by value I mean just how light and dark things are. So this is a very light region, this is a very dark region. You can make out by looking at the triangle in the top right, but it's important to, like, when you put down certain colors, certain values, that you think about exactly how that value is being reflected in the reference image or in the form in general. But my drawings are really bad. Don't worry about it, man. There's no such thing particularly as a bad drawing. The drawing might not be up to your expectations, but the most important thing that you need to understand is the difference between you, me, and Da Vinci, or a really, really good artist, is just time. Because when you join this little game that we're playing, when you try to aspire to be good in the game of art or in the game of anything that requires a large amount of investment, you're always going to think about the fact that this is not a game of days or months, it's a game of years. You're going to be trying to improve your entirety of your life, so don't worry about how bad it is right now. Just think about improving. That should be your only concern. Think about how you can get better. Primary concern right now. I'm going to be brave and share this one. Let me just put in this occlusion value on the top and we will check it out. So it is incredible. There we go. Let me see. Dude, that's ridiculous. Are you kidding me? That's so good. Why are you shy about it? You're like at a higher level than I am. What are you talking about? Thank you so much for the follow as well on Instagram. But your work is killer. I love the skull studies, and that octopus is fucking fantastic. Got a Tyrannosaurus skull as well. So good. Man, you do a lot of skulls, don't you? I love the texture you put in on it. Are these done traditionally as well? I think they seem to be. Beautifully done. Holy shit. Some of these underwater studies look like photographs to me. They're incredible. I already stalked and found a T-Rex skull. I know, right? It's so good. Thank you, thank you. It still makes me nervous, but it's all traditional. That's supremely good. You're very, very good at what you do. How about the drawing I shared with you yesterday? It's not a bad drawing? It's not a bad drawing, because you barely draw already, so it makes it a very good drawing, because it's a drawing that separates the you that used to be from the you that you are right now. Because you're one drawing closer to being an expert, right? Even if what you draw is the worst thing you can possibly imagine, if you're so embarrassed by it you don't even want to show anybody what you did, even that drawing is useful to you. Because it either informs you of what you shouldn't do, or it brings you one step closer to what you want to do. Everything has value. Just the way I choose to look at it, at least. Put this shape down over here. That's awesome. That's some incredible traditional work. I'm so happy that you stopped by on the stream. I'm gonna add you to my mental checklist of people I want to go to for advice. Because I have been looking to get into traditional work. Most of my traditional work is in ballpoint. Is a T-Rex in oils? Yeah, I'm wondering what the medium is. How's it going, Emporia? Good to see you, my friend. Resident music aficionado right there. Yes, that's beautiful, man. I love oil work. I'm such a big fan, but it looks so crisp that I almost couldn't identify what it was. I thought it was digital to begin with. That's so crazy good. What oils are you using? Here's a good question. Yeah, but that's such solid work. Thank you so much for sharing. And make sure to share some on the Discord as well. We would love to have you. We don't have too many like really talented traditional artists on the Discord. Most of us stick with digital because we're afraid. But I would love if you would join the Discord so we can bounce some questions off you. But we probably won't because we don't want to impose. But you know, occasionally you might want to answer some of our dumb questions. What? I was talking about me, not you. I don't know anything about traditional. What are you talking about? I use cheap paint, mostly Winsor & Newton. Winsor & Newton's good. Isn't it? I thought it was pretty good. I'm planning to buy Winsor & Newton. Anyone see my comments? Yeah, I said hi to you. I remember you. I remember what you said. Duly greeted you. Maybe your audio is slightly messed up again. What's up? I said you're the resident music aficionado. That's my introduction to you. The short-handed version of it. Like the basic level paint, yeah, it works for me. Also, welcome back, Guitar. Good to see you, buddy. My mod up in here. Seether saying hey. Winsor & Newton is not too cheap, actually. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I was looking at the Marco Bucci video for painting, and he said most of his paints are high quality and expensive. And Winsor & Newton were part of his palette. That makes me curious. Here's the growing disease sample I made. Let me see. Thank you for the Discord link, by the way. Appreciate you. This is similar. Oh, I see. All right. So is it going to be animated while it's happening? Like while your render's happening? Also, Tisha. How's it going, Tisha? I don't know if I may have missed some of your comments earlier. I know you said some sweet things about my drawing, but I hope you're doing okay, girl. Thank you for the host. I don't think I missed it. Let's do a quick scroll up. But now I applied that to the Kerrigan face? Yeah. So Kerrigan looks at you and then the disease creeps from under her skin. Very, very cool idea. I am a fan of that. I'm okay, how are you? I'm doing well. I got hit by a Zeus raid earlier on today. I'm in pretty high spirits. Got to see my buddy Zeus. I would put Windsor Newton in the middle class of oils. You all know so much more about traditional than I do. I'm trying to up my game though, I'm trying to round out myself as an artist. I can even call myself that. Get this occlusion down on the top of the face. Need to get this idea of the eyes in here really quickly. There's always super occluded the top of the lids, and putting it as a dark value in my ballpoint work has been actually doing some good for me. I've been doing that pretty often lately. I don't show off much of my ballpoint work because it's usually what my sketchbook is entirely contained of, but maybe I'll share some at some point. Should be a little bit more mindful putting in this shape for the eyes. A wee bit more mindful. Made by 66. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. I'm currently trying not to botch my Halloween costume. What are they going as? I'm so excited to see that they're going out of something. I'm not experienced with different types, but good to know. You seem pretty experienced, but how's it going? 66. Yeah, my girlfriend immediately perks up. We've always wanted to dress up as Halloween, or dress up for Halloween. Been a long time goal. Drawing along now? Are you really? For this particular reference, maybe? That'd be awesome if you are. Or are you just drawing your own personal pieces? Either way is awesome. It's good to hear you drawing in general. It is a good thing. And my 1-year-old son gets to go as Spike if they didn't fuck up. She wants to be the Equestria Girl version of Rainbow Dash. I see it. Yes, personal? That sounds awesome, buddy. Always encourage people in here to draw along with me. There's always not much to see on the screen before you. I try to keep it interesting, but never a guarantee. Put in some of these brighter values, but I hope that's treating you well. I hope it's going well for you. Hope you're enjoying your process, because sometimes the work can't be too rewarding while you're doing it. But I hope this is one of those times that it is. Looks great, thank you. If you want to see some of the work that I've done in the past, I do things like this. We've been doing a bunch of value studies on stream. We finished about 30 to 40 hours of value studies. And now currently we are doing color studies. So we did studies such as this. Ooh, why is this being all freaky? Excuse me? Why are you so freaky? But yeah, we did this the last stream. We did this a couple of streams ago. That's the kind of work I do. This is the first piece that I did digitally this year, so I've come somewhat of a way from doing my first piece. So I went from that to that. So it's been something of an improvement. So I'm just keeping this as a collage of my recent pieces, just so I'm reminded that I can actually do something. But I hope your own piece is treating you well. I just asked because I want to start with water mixable oils, and I heard Winsor Newton ones might not be the best in water mixable category, though I think the normal oils might be far better. I love the new hot press paper Winsor Newton released this year. Man, I don't even know any of these words. But I know hot press and cold press. I learned that from Steph. I definitely need to study some stuff. I ain't that good at realistic stuff. Dude, we do studies every single day on stream. And if we aren't doing them on stream, it's usually because I'm not streaming. And that information is usually available on the Discord. But if you ever want to get your feet wet in this sort of idea, make sure that you join the Discord. I post all the references, all the materials that I learned from. All of the information is always available there. If you are interested. But of course, this is not a requirement. You can just chill here. Enjoy the community, because there are some pretty awesome people in here. I certainly do value and appreciate their company. Some pretty cool dudes, gotta say. Simplifying some of these shapes here. I want to try and... I actually want a darker value over there. I want to limit the number of colors and values I use on the face, at least to begin with. Try and pick the most basic arrangement of these to try and distinguish the form. Because right now we are in the idea of combining shadows, combining shapes to the most of our ability, which is why we are going to be doing this in this manner. This is my 4th year making costumes. I really want to invest in a sewing kit and get more info on it. Get more into it, rather. That sounds awesome. I use Krita too? Dude, we got a Krita expert in our Discord. His name is Bloodywing, and he works on the some of the Krita backend. So you're welcome to always learn a bit more about Krita through that. The eye looks scary, I know. It's got nothing in it right now, but we'll fill it up real quickly. Man, there's so many threads going on in chat. It's hard to keep up. There we go, that's Bloody Wing. I really hate like offloading a lot of my stream onto Bloody Wing, but he's just so goddamn helpful, man. Like, how can I not give him a big shout out? Gonna join real quick then? Sure, ! Discord if you don't have the link. But that man has been so valuable. And we're gonna be doing a piece for him the next stream, because he's been an absolute joy to know. We're gonna be doing Morticia Adams on stream. It's gonna be a fun stream. So when you put in the eyes is like very determinant on what sort of process you approach. So I put in the eyes really late, but I've seen speed paints where the eyes are like the first thing that people usually draw. But I'm a little bit late on the eyes. I generally don't put them in too early. So I want to put this as a really dark red actually. I want it to read as a dark red. I don't want to muddy this up. Picking nice dark red values. Gonna help me not muddy it up. Everything is nice and warm. Okay, I want to continue the shape over here. Continue it into the side of the eye. Something like this. We have this darkish brown shape over here around the nostril. You can put that in like so. Maybe I want to red this up, but it looks like the girl is blind. I know, right? She's got nothing in her eyes. But again, you've got to respect the process, right? Something I've learned very, very well from a fellow streamer called Grim, who is incredible, is that you start as messy as you can, and then you start refining your mess. And this is something I've taken to heart, and I think it has improved my work tremendously by allowing this mess to kind of establish all my values for me, and then I just refine them as time goes on, and eventually I'm left with the piece that I'm usually happy with. So we started super blurry, so everything looked like this to begin with, and now we're refining the piece as we're moving forward. in a very shape-based approach, just to keep things fairly simple. Just small additions here and there in terms of shape, and we should be able to distinguish this face. Nightmare fuel? Absolutely. I'm not shy, but my Slavic accent is not one you want to hear. Dude, I like Slavic accents. I'm a big fan. Okay, let's put in these eyes, shall we? Actually, no, I don't want to put in the eyes right now. I refuse. I want to put in the nose. I want to put in this undervalue for the nose. Okay, there's a shape on the lips that we need to get. So again, shape-based painting is a lot more easier to do than just putting in values, and I think it looks better, honestly. So I'm not just going to put this value in, I'm going to think exactly where the value will go and try to form the shape that I want to look for in the image. And I want to unify that shape as much as possible, so extend the same value as much as I can. It might look a little bit awkward to start out with, but I do believe in it now, quite heavily. It's an important thing to understand, actually. I think it's really helping my painting in general, even though I'm not the best at it at the moment. I think it's a fundamental principle in painting in general. For example, Richard Schmidt, who is a very, very good painter, arguably one of my biggest influences right now, he talks about artists seeing, well, his exact quote was, artists don't see more about the world, they see less. Meaning you see like a simplified view of the world around you, as opposed to you see every detail. Because ultimately when it comes down to drawing, all you're doing is abstraction, right? You're not doing 1:1 recreations unless you're a hyper-realistic painter. And even then you're not going to get every detail done. So choosing how you do the abstraction is what makes you an artist. Choosing what details to include, what to exclude, what values to include, what values to exclude, what shapes to merge, what shapes to remain on themselves. But this is probably what's going to make your artwork stand out, right? Exactly what you choose to do with the canvas space that you're given. Interesting question about style as well. This no-line approach is so weird to me. It feels like I'm just putting random colors down. It should feel a little bit more organized than that. Like, make sure you get your lights in, your darks in, and make sure your lights are cool and your darks are warm. And then put your occlusions down. And once you have your occlusions down, everything should make a lot more sense to you in terms of where things need to go. So this value right underneath the lips needs to be sorted right now. I'll use this orange value. It's a bit muddy, so I'm going to redden that up. Again, whenever I can, I'm going to redden up these values. Let me search for the shape here. I don't know exactly where it goes, but I'll go back and forth between my reference and the image and see if I can't find a good place for these values. This is a stark contrast to how I used to paint. How I used to paint was I would think, there's a value over here, I'm just going to put in the value. I'm not going to think about where the value is going to go, I'm just going to put it in. But right now I'm trying to really think about the shapes as much as I can. Because I don't want a super smooth drawing, that's not my intent. I just wanted to evoke what I'm trying to draw. I want that to be the end goal over here. So if I can do that just using the shapes, I would prefer to do it that way. And again, nobody needs to draw this way. It's just simply a matter of preference. But I do appreciate this sort of method a lot. I think it's helping me fundamentally grow that I may have been missing earlier on in my work. We are missing a lovely, lovely occlusion. I'm going to put in a reddish value on the sides of the lips. So this would add a bunch of depth. So again, a video by the lovely Tisha by an artist called Vistabrak, I think her name was. Somewhere in the video that she linked on the Discord, she talks about the areas of occlusion on the human body, human face particularly, and she talks about the 6 areas of occlusion, which most portraits need to have, which provide the most depth in terms of the topography of the face, meaning the rises and falls of the face. And the 6 ones are the 2 pupils, the 2 noses, well, the nostrils, and the edges of the lips. These are usually the darkest portions in your image. And that seems to be pretty consistent based on my analysis, because I've been looking for it ever since I watched that video. And it certainly does seem to be the case. It's probably going to be elementary for a lot of you guys. But not something I really actively thought about. Seems to be really cool though. Think about it often these days. So again, I want to slightly darken the value underneath the lip, because again, this lip, you need to indicate that there is a slight occlusion underneath the lip, simply because if you draw the side view of a portrait, you get something like this. And I do this pretty often on the stream. You draw up here, the forehead goes down into the nose. Nose comes down. You have the first lip. You have the second lip. You have the chin coming down. The chin goes out. So you have this occlusion right here, because the light is coming somewhere in this angle. It's going to be blocked here, and it's going to create a shadow right here. Same thing for the nose. The bottom of the nose is going to be slightly occluded, just because the light's coming from here. If the light is coming from here, for example, then this area over here is going to be blocked, so therefore you have this area being dark, which is why in the portrait you have this area being dark. See, it's the same area, so it makes perfect sense. Same way for the eyes, because the eyes are over here. Let's just say we put in the eyes. So we have the lips over here. So put in the eyes, put in the eyebrows, let's say. Okay, so the eye socket in the skull is like this sort of shape, right? This will be the shape of the eye socket. So when the light comes down from here, you have an occlusion over here. So then this area will actually become dark. But not entirely, because of the way the eye works, so the eye will actually bulge in certain areas. So it's possible that it catches some reflected light, depending on where the light source is. But this area will generally be a lot darker, especially in the edges right here. So generally speaking, you'll have this thing over here around the eye, which will usually be pretty dark. It's a good idea to think about this. And this is actually where our occlusions come from in the face, because this is going to be a pretty dark area, this is going to be a dark area, and the lip itself, so the upper lip is like this, that's the upper lip, this is also going to be blocked out, which means the occlusion area will be here, that's 1, here, that's 2, and here that's 3, which makes perfect sense. So profile is actually super important to understand when you're drawing pictures. Are you self-taught or had art instruction? I'm entirely self-taught. I wouldn't say self-taught in the sense that I've been gratefully instructed by a ton of people on Twitch on how they do certain things. But I've never had any official instruction, no. Everything I know is through the grace of the people that I've been so privileged to meet. And of all the resources that I've watched and tried to implement in my own work, in a combination. Generally speaking, if I see anything that I think is important, go to the Discord. If I see anything that anybody posts, I usually talk about it on the stream. I'm not trying to hoard any information here. The concern is that everybody grows. Into the best possible artist that they can be. We have this small shape over here, Let's just get that out of the way, just so that the face reads fairly well. And we have the corner over here. Everything is starting to fall into shape right now with the face. So exactly how you choose to put in these shapes, again, is what's going to determine what sort of artist you are going to be. Like, the number of shapes, the more shapes you have, the more realistic the piece becomes. But again, I'm not trying to put in as many shapes as I want to. I'm trying to be very conservative with the shapes, actually. So it's going to obviously be a little bit more basic than what it looks like in the image. Okay, I think about the local value of things, just to quickly do a check to see if I have everything fairly okay. It seems to be alright. I can choose to put in this orange value just over here on the side to indicate an area of dark, because there is in fact hair in that region. There's also going to be some sort of darkness over here. I'm going to just generally indicate that because the hair is going to be blocking this region. And just generally indicate that idea. Can choose to extend the shape a little bit to try and include a bit of the lip region. Off to bed now, sweetheart. Have a great stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's my girlfriend, by the way, in the chat. Good night. Hope you're feeling better. Always good to see you. I will talk to you tomorrow. Moving on to something we were talking about earlier, talking about where the essence of style comes into play for most art. I think it comes into terms of abstraction, how you would choose to simplify things. I've heard some contrary thoughts though, which I think deserve to be mentioned as well. Some people think that it lies in your brush strokes themselves, the way you choose to interface between different sorts of shapes on your piece is what determines what your style is going to be, which I think is also an idea that can be considered. Definitely can be considered. Really blacken this area up, I think. Just darken it up. Just make sure everything stands on its own to a certain degree. We can actually join this shape over here. Might be a good idea for us to do so. I don't know who does this actually, but I know there's an artist that really loves joining his dark shapes. It might be John Singer Sargent, but I don't know if that's true. Maybe Velocity will be able to tell me a little bit more about that, but I really need to brush up on my knowledge of traditional artists, because I feel like I'm lacking right now, I'm slacking. But you see how that dark valley lends just such a lovely element to the piece? Makes everything seem a little bit more lively. Because when the darks are out to play, every light you put into contrast with the dark suddenly looks so much better. So, again, it really brings out those lights. This is why contrast is super important when you're painting. Boro Dante, a YouTube tutorial artist, suggests that contrast is way more important than even color to make a piece seem realistic. And I am tending to agree with him. I'm not. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. I'm sorry you're feeling terrible. I got to work on commissions and stuff. Blocking on colors? Let me see. Looks really cool. Vital. Very nicely done. Vital is a monster artist. Make sure you drop your Instagram so people know where you're coming from. But this is Vital's color blocking. So Vital is a very shape-based artist, just like myself, so he's blocking in colors with his new brush. Seems like a fantastic start, my friend. Thank you so much for posting. I think you got your colors done really well. Looks awesome. Really fucking good job. I really like that. I love seeing Vital's initial portion of the sketch. Really cool. Luis Ricardo Falero is one big inspiration to me. The one thing does not exclude the other, I think, as far as I've heard from all the interviews of traditional artists. It can be either of those, brushstrokes and abstractions. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a really good point as well. I was hopefully getting to that, but I'm glad that you mentioned it in case I forgot. But you're absolutely right. All credit to you. Super important to have some sort of mesh of both, and that usually is the case, isn't it? You have some manner in both. I'm actually pretty pumped about my traditional work. I know it's going to be just ass velocity. I know it's going to be so bad. But I'm so excited though. Like, I'm just have such an enjoyment painting these days. It's really enjoyable all throughout. Getting these occlusions in. Want to go super dark again. These dark values is where our piece is going to live.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
I don't believe you did that, but who on earth did that? One of you beautiful individuals. X negative with a 4 in the middle. You know, this guy is not playing around. He will hunt you down. Until you are found. He's going to put you in the ground. Good to see you, my friend. Let me know how you're doing in the chat. Really like your work, awesome portraits. I know, Vital is very skilled. And one of the people that kind of pushed me, he didn't directly push me, but he did, through virtue of his artwork, push me to try and use no lines in my artwork. And I like the way my work looks recently, and I have not been using lines. So big shouts to Vital. Big shouts to both of Venus. Two artists that have constantly inspired me. I am not good in English, don't worry about it. If you want me to say anything again, in a simpler way, just ask. If you want me to type anything, just ask. Don't worry about it, I understand. It is perfectly fine. But I like to draw, awesome. If you can post or put some of your work in the chat, that'd be awesome so I can see. Because you might not be able to speak English, but art is also a language that I do enjoy. So if you can put some of your links in the chat, I would love to see. I want to link these shapes over here, up top. Try to help curve out area over here. So again, I want to link as many shapes as I can. Which will be a huge, interesting point to see when you start doing plein air, because abstraction is hell. So looking forward to see your way of handling it. Abstraction is hell. Come on, Velocity, it can't be that bad. Don't scare me like this. Why are you scaring me? I don't have my work? I started drawing about 2 months ago? That's perfectly fine if you don't want to share anything. It's still good to have you. If you have any questions, or any inquisitions, or any sort of thing that you want to ask, that might help, go ahead and ask it in the chat. We are all here to help each other improve. And you can also join the Discord if you'd rather ask it there. You're always available on the Discord. ! Discord in the chat to access that. Let's put in the eyes. It has been far too long. By putting in these beautiful eyes. Let's just do them. Anyone see the Fast show? Where man painting would get triggered by the word black? Jesus. I don't think I've seen that. This girl's got some beautiful eyes, by the way. I will put it in the Discord if anyone wants to watch. Sure, that'd be awesome. Got some really bright eyes. Really want to capture this. Okay, that seems like the general placement is okay. And we need to do some minute changes here and there to make sure the shape of the eye is consistent. So we can alter the existing shapes as best as we can. Putting in these shapes. I do want to create a bit more of a taper on this side, I think. That'd be a good idea. So that's the reason why I quickly went back to digital, for getting some lessons I can apply then in traditional again. Also will most likely the next thing in my study schedule. Also will be most likely the next thing in my study schedule. Very nice. I'm excited to see your work as well. When I completely fail at it, at least I'll have somebody there to inspire me. And then you can laugh at me for going directly into it. I'd be like, yeah, you're right. You were always right. Okay, let's get these eyes down, shall we? So again, I want these eyebrows to be pretty damn dark. Pretty important to me. Don't want them saturated. Do, however, want them to be dark.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
I don't believe you did that, but who did that? Who on earth was that? Gorgor the Minotaur, I have seen you. In a couple of chats, good to see you, my friend. Awesome, awesome name. Certainly does stand out to me enough for me to recognize you off the bat. Hope you're doing alright. Hope everything in the life is going okay. Good to see you, my friend. Coming down here into this little fun area of the eye. 10 points to anybody that figures out what the name of this area is. I'll give you 5 seconds. Called the lacrimal peduncle. What a stupid fucking name. But that is what it's called. Or normal people would just call it a tear duct, I guess. But apparently that is the proper way of naming it. The hell is a caruncle? Not even a thing. That's indeed what it is called. Gonna get some sleep, have a nice stream, and good night everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, Velocity. I know you have work tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest. And thanks so much for stopping by and dropping some knowledge. Educating me. Just being an all-round awesome person. Do appreciate you. Okay, so eyes 101. I want to check where the pupils are just to begin with. But I think the eyes are decently sized for our piece. I don't think they're too bad. Okay, so how do I do eyes? Step number 1, put in the flats. Step number 2, outline them slightly. Step number 3, put in the pupils. Pupils are going to be the darkest points, so we put in the pupils like so. Just want a general idea of where they're going to go. These are not going to be my final pupils because for what I'm just going to do in a second here. But they seem to be a little bit high. We put them a little bit higher in the reference. Okay, seems to be alright. So what is the fundamental of what makes an eye an eye? So what makes an eye an eye is first we put in a darkish value on the top. So this is pretty critical. All eyes are dark at the top. Irises are dark at the top, so this needs to happen. This will always happen unless there's light shining directly into the eye. And you can even double down on that, sticking to some saturated colors. The eye is actually round and not flat. Probably a pretty important point as well. Not even with that knowledge. But I like going pretty dark with this eye. That adds some flavor. And the knife, how's it going, friend? Good to see you. So good. So good to see you. We add in this lovely darkishness to the eye to begin with. And then we can add in this highlight here. Of an undercolor, let's say. At the bottom, I like picking a slightly different tone value here.
I'm just looking at the world.
Like this. Probably a good idea. You are you? What does that mean? I'm doing fine. Hope you're doing the same. Looking fine so far. Okay, so now we need to make sure that our corneas are dark. Like so. We need to make sure that the sides of our iris are also dark. This is a pretty important thing that I sometimes miss. Sides of the cornea needs to be dark, or the iris needs to be dark. Looks pretty okay. How? I'm doing well, thank you so much for asking. I'm still ill? I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. Hope you are recovering swiftly. I'm gonna add a tinge of purple in here. I like playing with eye colors a lot. A tinge of purple. And do we have a highlight? Yes, we do. Bottom left. We'll pick a really bright value. Go, get a highlight in there. Oh, very bright in the reference. You might want to stave off on that actually. We can just create like a general idea of a highlight. Like this perhaps. Evoke some brighter values. There we go. I hope you are on the mend. Hope you are getting better. Okay, I want to get this darker value up here to define the edge of the nose a little bit better. There'll be a small shape up here. Let's define the side of the face just a little bit better. So we need to define this curve here that I think I'm missing. And bring this up. So again, she seems to have not a very strong chin, but there is indeed a chin here. We are not capturing as well as we can. So this needs to be addressed fairly quickly. Lower the value here. You can redden it up just a little bit. I like keeping things a bit red around this region. We can extend this shape down, form this region here. Antibiotics are kicking in, thank you. I'm glad you're getting taking medication for it. You should be back right as rain in no time. Desaturate the value over here for the highlight on the neck. Like this will do. Want something too...
Oh, fuck.
gaudy.
I can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you did that, but who was that? There's a question to be asked. The Grey Man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is James. We do studies on this channel. It's basically all we do. Trying to get better. at this whole drawing thing, that is something that does interest you, that is something that does strike your interest, that is entirely what this channel is geared towards. If you are indeed an artist, or would like to be, find yourself right at home. That seems pretty nice. Arguments can be made for certain changes here and there. Refine some values here and there. For the most part, it does look lovely. Do you really want this dark of a value right there? Arguments can be made either way. But I do know that the value right underneath the eye needs to be brighter. We need to put in a line that I like to call the Venus line, because Venus likes splitting this in her pieces. And it's a fairly light value. Both the Venus, of course, extraordinary artist. And incredible, he's actually a member of this community. Always seems to baffle the mind. That is indeed the case. But very happy to report that it is. Oh man, we've had so many follows today. That's pretty crazy. I'm going to use some of the blue in the eye to kind of go on the eyelid a little bit, because I feel like doing that. It might create a bit of an interesting effect, I think. Let's make a bit of a conscious decision to do that. I also want to get in this area of value, signify the lower lid of the eye. This will root our eye a little bit more into our piece. I believe this value is actually a little bit more orange than I have it. This side is pretty okay, I think. Goes all the way up here into the caruncle region. All the way up and then all the way back down. I've got to put in like this highlight over here. One of my favorite highlights on the human body. Arguably my favorite. Highlight right outside the eye. Right next to the caruncle. I do like that highlight a lot. I'm a big fan of it. Speaking of caruncle itself, we need to darken that value. Pretty important for it to read properly. Darken that value just right quick. Like so. We can actually choose to darken up this value a little bit. The overall silhouette of the neck. Do I have the neck a little bit too thick? I do think that is the case. We can bring it in slightly on both sides and then bring in this idea. Collar a little bit closer here. Looks pretty good. What about you guys? So what's everybody working on? What are you guys spending time on doing? Always curious to know. This orange is not so far away from the base color, so we can choose to put this in a little bit more saturated than other colors, which is lovely. This blue, however, is far away. Any sort of reflected light off the blue has to be super desaturated. So even though this is about as desaturated as I can get, it's actually still reading as blue on top of the skin, because in fact it is bluer than the local color. Okay, we're doing a pretty good job so far. Things are okay. We need to slightly adjust things around our image, because Currently, we have our silhouette reading a bit too large in terms of the hair. We might want to consider bringing some things in. We spent a considerable amount of time fairly zoomed in, so things might look a little bit disproportionate. But nothing a couple of switches and flicks will not fix. I fairly like the way this is going on so far. Need to do some minor changes here and there, just to make sure things fit in a decent way. And get some lovely occlusion on the top. So what is going to happen right now is we're going to bring down this whole cap region. And bring in the hair, just a smidge. We match some of the reference. Again, I don't want to get rid of most of my value here. We do want to trim it down a tad, just so this reads about where our reference says it should read. I want to get rid of all our reference, or rather all of the established value, but we do need to trim it down just a little bit. And the hat itself needs to be brought down, because we see the negative space between the hat and the forehead, and we make the conclusion that it's a little bit too tall. Like for example, this space can be looked at, and it's a bit too much. So we can make the conscious decision to start bringing that down a little bit. I do like the idea of it being blue, but I like it to be a little bit more of a desaturated blue. Again, it has to intermingle with this orange, and blue to orange is a bit of a trip in most pieces. Putting these values down will help. Also putting these occlusions down will also help a lot. I'm trying to sell this idea of the piece. Some of the shapes here I'm not the biggest fan of. I'm going to be looking to join a couple of shapes if I can down here. I am indeed able. Alright. Looking okay so far. Alright, let's bring this this hat down, shall we? So we're going to quickly lasso that up. And we move it down just a smidge. Already that's looking pretty good. That's about where we want it. So not too much of a change required. It matches the image fairly well. Now we can add in the occlusion that we're missing. Super important here. Getting this lovely dark value underneath the rim of the cap. And then this value will permeate, so we can actually join some shapes here that we were talking about earlier. Trying to join shapes. We can join this shape up, create one nice large negative space, and we can strand on top of this, but it's important that we get this one large shape into effect as soon as possible, because everything kind of spins from this shape here. You're able to ignore most of the detail in the back. Kind of spins from this sort of shape here. And we get a similar value, because again we can do some additional values over here. So as much as we can, we want to join in these shapes. The more you join shapes, the more you're abstracting. And generally the better it's going to be. Because you can always add more if you think it's lacking, if it needs more detail. Oftentimes a less is more approach is usually sufficient to get done ideas. As for the top lighting, we are aware that the lighting in the piece needs to be pretty cold. So we can cool the lighting down and desaturate it so we get the required value we want for the top of the hat. So we can add in a bit of rim lighting here. We know that this hat's going to be a little bit textured. So whether or not we choose to put in all of the textures on us, We get to make that decision. Maybe I'll find a texture brush that allows me to do that more efficiently. Or we just choose to ignore it altogether. These are decisions we can be making. There we go. I want to avoid too much of a rough interface between my occlusions and my piece itself. I want it to give off like a subtle kind of glow. I don't want it to be too strict in terms of the way it interfaces. Just curious, why do you use the roller over other brushes? I actually don't use the roller anymore. I just use the brush that Bloodywing gave us all throughout the image right now. I like the roller a lot because of the opacity and because the general shape of the brush was kind of what I wanted to use. I like using brushes in that shape because it was a little bit more symmetrical than the 2C flat. But right now I don't even use that. I just directly do everything with the B-Wings brush. Answers your question. There's a subtle angle change that I've been looking for here that I'm gonna just put in if I can. So the angle change goes down here around the eye socket, but around midway through the nose it suddenly creates a sharp angle and moves downward towards the jaw. Something we need to think about. I did put a study piece in the Discord that I worked on. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I will look at it in just a second. See how you did. I'm excited. Hope you are too. I think this looks good. Let me see the knife. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Like the ambitious face. I think this is based on the picture that you posted in the reference channel, correct? I think you posted it in general references. There you go, yeah. Not all finished? Yeah, I know. I can't wait to see it done. I think it's a pretty strong start. It is? Yeah, I thought I recognized it. As I look at everything you guys post in the Discord. But yeah, Guitar, I hope I answered your question. So again, this is trying to interface the orange of the skin with the blue on top of the hair. So it's kind of boldly done in the image. It's heavily reflective. I think that's because of the whiteness of the image. Something I learned recently is that the amount of reflected color or acquired color from surroundings is heavily dependent on the local color that's available on the piece. Which means that if the piece itself is desaturated, it's going to be imparted a lot more of a stronger value than a piece that is of a strong local value. Which is a pretty important thing, I guess. You did? Right? I can just use a heavily saturated brush here. And start using that. Sort of define these reflected lights, I think. But yeah, good job, the knife. I think it's going pretty well for you. I want to make sure that I'm not fucking up this jaw, because I usually do. Jaws and chins are the bane of my existence. Gots to be careful. Also, we need to make sure we darken up this lip over here. Make sure that this lip really stands out on its own. Means this lip probably needs to be dark. What do we choose? Like a darkish red, perhaps? It's pretty important to do. Also adding a secondary layer on the bottom half of the upper lip is not entirely out of the question. Now it seems better, keep up. I know, that's just how it goes, my friend. Because in this approach, it's never going to be complete until it's complete, you know? Because we are starting so abstractly, and we are building towards, it's like maybe if you unfocus your eyes, and then you slowly start to focus. That's how this process goes. So it's never finished until it's finished. Unlike if you use line art, for instance, it'll look like finished line art sometimes before you even start painting. You can see where the piece is going. But for paintings like this, for example, it's hard to see. Very hard to see sometimes. A lot of it might seem ambiguous, but when I put in certain values, suddenly it will make some more sense. I do think I need a bit more of a pinkish value here. I'm watching this stream at the same time as practicing. Awesome! That's exactly what I want you to be doing. If you have any questions, anything at all, gotta hit me up. I hope the practice goes well. Hope you see some benefit. Is the upper lip not tinier, or did you do that on purpose? The upper lip not tinier? Yeah, I'm just playing around with the occlusion right now. But yeah, you are probably right. I gotta adjust the size. We're still playing around with the entire lip region. Do you think that color picking from the reference image is too harmful to a novice? Okay, very good question actually. So this is a question I've asked myself because I'm new to color myself. So color picking from a reference, it's not harmful. In fact, to begin with, I'd almost encourage it, and a lot of people would, for example. Like I've put this question to a lot better artists than myself, and they responded saying, you should color pick just to get an idea of where the colors lie and to figure out what your light source is, things like that. For example, if I was looking at this image and I was like, what is the color of the shadow? What are the colors of the highlights? So by doing a quick color assessment, I can say, okay, it seems like the shadows are going towards orange and the lights are going towards reddish or purple. So I can say it's cool lights, warm shadows, right? And also you can get an idea of the value of things. So this is where it's really important to try and color pick your references. For example, for pieces like this, for example, that are entirely value-based, all I did was I figured out the values of my shadows and the values of my highlights, and that helps me all throughout the piece to figure out exactly where things need to go. So I think color picking is actually, even if you're not using the color directly, it's super important even at an advanced level to try and figure out exactly what your contrast range is, your value ranges. And yeah, I would definitely not discourage it. As for picking directly and then using it, sure, to begin with, I think it's super important because you can understand how colors interact with each other. But I don't think later on you will find much of a benefit from it. I think trying to pick your own colors at the later stage will be important. But to begin with, sure. But I would advise you to be mindful of what you're doing. Like really pay attention to exactly what you're doing. Like figure out why the color is working out. Like why is this color on the reference making sense on your piece? And once you figure that out, you can actually start to play with the color, and that'll really up your piece in terms of its value. So it doesn't have to like perfectly match the reference. Like for example, none of my colors here really match my reference. Like for example, the right side of the arm, for instance, is like over here, it's somewhere like an orange. Well, over here I have it as a blue because of my background. But you can make these changes once you understand how colors work in terms of saturation and desaturation, things like that. So color theory is something we're trying to do right now. So if you have any questions, I'd encourage you to ask them because that is the topic of discussion at the moment. You can talk about whatever you want, honestly, but like this is what I'm going to be mainly focusing on in terms of my commentary, I guess, while working. So if you have any issues whatsoever, do drop us a question. Moving on, but I don't think there's a problem at all with color picking. It's just like tracing. So color picking is like tracing. If you choose between color themselves and form, right? So tracing actually helps you a lot figuring out where your forms are having a bit of an issue, and color picking will help you a lot in trying to figure out where exactly your colors are having an issue. So I'm fully for tracing for education, and I'm fully for color picking for education, but make sure that you're mindful while doing it. Don't ever rely on it as a crutch to trying to help you when you don't understand color. It should be a tool that you use to understand color, and that's where I stand on it. Because sure, you can do a lot of good pieces by just directly color picking, but it'll keep you down later on, I think. This is not in the sense of me believing in the integrity of the artist or anything, it's just me believing in the idea of the most useful thing for improvement. Hey stream, how is Krita? Should I use that at Clip Studio? So Krita is free. So that's a big plus point. The fact that it's free means that you can just get it right now and try using it. Clip Studio, you gotta pay money for. It is a more robust software, but you can do a lot of beautiful things on Krita. Like, ultimately, it's not going to be the software that keeps you down, at least for the majority of the part. It's like, think about paintbrushes, you know? Having the best paintbrush in the business is not going to make you a good artist. In fact, it's not even a small part of it, or it's not even a medium part of it. It's going to be your understanding of color value, shape, form, shadow highlights. All these things are going to be way more important. So if you want to help yourself figure those things out, Krita is perfectly fine. And a lot of really good artists use Krita as well. So you'll find that it's entirely up to you in terms of your preference. A lot of art resources out there are Photoshop based or CSP based, so that's maybe a bit of an encouragement for Photoshop or CSP. But there's still plenty of Krita resources, plenty of beautiful people that use Krita or work on Krita, like Bloody Wing in the chat, for example. So ultimately it comes down to preference, but hey, you can try Krita out for free, and if you don't like it, then you can always go buy CSP. I don't know what program it was, but my Wacom was lagging in either Krita or Corel Painter. Could have been my computer. It could have been. I think a quick driver reinstall or a reset might fix. Never know. So I'm adding a bit of this orange color to the hair. So what I was saying initially about the theory behind this, but the idea is that when your local color is super weak, you have your reflected colors to be super strong. Because again, the reflected color will only be dampened based on the local color. And the idea behind that is actually pretty simple. So you can talk about it like distance traveled, and I got this from a Marco Bucci video, if you're wondering the source. But it's all about distance traveled between two individual colors, right? So for example, if I say that my base color is going to be like a blue, so we pick a saturated blue, and I want to get to an orange. So I can get there by two ways. Either I can go through the color wheel, so I go all the way to the blue, or to the orange. Actually, it goes the other way around, my bad. So I go from here, into purples, into violets, into reds, into this color, and then into orange. So this is from blue to orange one way, right? Going based on the hue scale. But the thing about this is there are more than one relationship between colors, because all colors go to gray. So I can actually desaturate this and reach the red a lot faster. So the question is, I'm having this blue light shining on the yellow. Oh, sorry, the blue light shining on the orange. How does this reach here? So I can actually take a shortcut, if you want to think about it in that way, and start desaturating this value all the way till I hit the gray. And then what happens is I have my orange over here, and the orange can be desaturated as well. I have the exact same gray. So there's more than one relationship in terms of color, right? So you have a relationship from hue itself, following the different variations in the hue, and you also have a variation when it comes to the saturation. So you have this sort of relationship in color, which means that if I have a strong orange and I want to pick a blue, in order for them to actually look like they fit together, you would have to pick a value like this. So a value like this, which would be a super desaturated blue, would make a lot better sense along with this value than this blue. This blue looks super stark against it. This blue, however, looks like it fits because it's desaturated. So saturation can be used to correspond some values, which is a really good idea. But over here, we already have a super desaturated value, which means we're already over here. So we're not trying to get from here to here. We're trying to get from here to here, which is a lot shorter, which means as long as the distance is reasonable, the colors are usually going to have some sort of harmony. Because again, it's trying to maintain the smallest amount of distance possible between two values, or two colors rather. So it starts from here and it goes to here, which is why this color and this color sort of work together, right? It's not bad. But again, this color and this color is way too far away, so it doesn't work. So that's how you can establish some sort of color harmony. Which is why we can put in these oranges. So thinking about desaturation being a link between colors is a pretty cool concept. Something that I only recently figured out with help from some awesome people on the YouTubes. The UI is a lot different, and people complain a lot about the UI is not like Photoshop. The brush editor is not like on Photoshop, and you can't use advanced Photoshop brushes. Yeah, that's the difference between Photoshop and Krita. I'm a smarter man than I. Exclamation mark bloody wing in the chat. Cool, thanks. What do the buttons on your pens do? I'm not using any buttons on my pens right now. I'm using my keyboard and my tablet. That's about it. I don't tend to use any pen shortcuts. But this is again preference. I'm sure Bloody Wing or somebody else uses shortcuts on the pen. But I like keeping things really simple. This is again a personal thing. What kind of tablet do you use? Could you type exclamation mark tablet in the chat? I have my information right there. I won this tablet from a competition. It's a pretty awesome screen drawing tablet. I do recommend it. How often do you change your opacity when in digital paint, if you do mess with it? So this is an interesting question, and it depends entirely on how good you are using your pen pressure while painting. So this is again preferential. Me personally, I don't use opacity at all. I paint with 100% opacity all the time, and I've done so for quite a few pieces recently. Like for example, this entire piece was done with 100% opacity. I never changed it. This piece was done with 100% opacity. I never changed it. This piece was also done with 100% opacity. I didn't change it either. So I don't change opacity at all while I paint, and artists like Dave Greco, for example, they don't change it either. They usually paint straight on with 100%, but this is entirely up to you. Usually the more opacity you have, the less opacity that you have, the easier it is to blend, because there's more of a bleed through in your piece. So artists like Tisha, she usually puts in all of her values using a high opacity, and then she goes back in with like 60% to 70% opacity, and then really works on getting like a super smooth cell shaded blend in. So this is ideas you can work with. So she learned from Vistabrak, who is also a pretty accomplished artist, who does the same thing. Where I think she got the technique from. So ultimately it's up to you and what kind of look you want to achieve. You can also get super smooth blends with 100% opacity, like Dave does it all the time, Dave Greco, and you can watch his full process on his YouTube channel, youtube.com/David Greco, or Dave Greco, I think, just Dave Greco Arts. But definitely not a necessity, so it depends on what you're comfortable with. But personally, since you're asking what I do not like messing with opacity, not because it's not useful.
Oh, what a day!
But
What a lovely day!
Paki, thank you for the sub, my friend. Very, very nice of you to show up. And thank you so much for the support. I've been in Rachel streams recently, but I've not been able to say anything because it's super late, early in the morning for me. But I hope you're doing alright, my friend. Thank you so much for the continued support. You're awesome. Very, very nice of you. Thanks for spamming my emote as well. Fucking hate you. Also, I keep forgetting, but we need to make a channel in the Discord which I'm gonna take in suggestions so you guys can actually tell me what to change the emote to. Because it cannot stay this way. It cannot stay this way at all. I hate it. I hate it so much. Don't change it? I want to though. It's so triggering. Just remove the background. It's my second favorite emote. My goodness. Add a bit of transparency, I think. Is what you're suggesting, Ellie, I think? Not a bad idea. Add some intrigue over here. Drop panda deep throating bamboo. That'll be my tier 3. My tier 3 will be the throat emote. Indian 10 throat. So the fact that the hair itself, base color is desaturated, which means we can put in a shit ton of colors in here. Yeah, Pake, earlier on in my streaming career, I was doing doodles for a bunch of people. I don't remember who it was for, but I was drawing like a panda eating some bamboo, and it turned out to be a very, very explicit image of a panda deep throating bamboo with like a bunch of saliva and shit. It wasn't pretty, and I should have probably gotten in trouble for that. But it'll always be in my channel's lore, because Ellie will never let me forget it. Because that's just the kind of friend she is. Send me this pic. I don't think I have it saved. For good reason as well. I doubt I have it. How about your level 1 emote is like an American flag because you're from Indiana? Hell no. Hell no, I'm not gonna put an American flag. Who has a pic? I must see it. I'm glad nobody saved it. How would a pic of Diana brought since you're in her? Maybe. It's unfortunate that I don't think I have too many like streamy memes, you know? I don't have too many like memes associated with this channel because we're kind of plain Janes over here. I mean, I guess there's that whole debate situation with Indiana abroad, right? Maybe we can just draw a trap, just a straight up trap, because that signifies our channel in general. It's a straight up fucking trap. My favorite blackmail? How's that blackmail? It's me reacting. React harder. It's so good to see you guys. Missed ya. Let's just toss in some orange in here because we don't give a fuck about our life. Toss in some random oranges in here. They're wild, man. They're the wild ones. So like I was saying, since this hair is super desaturated, we can just throw in whatever we want in here and it's actually gonna fit. Like we can just go crazy if we wanted to. I'm actually being super conservative right now. But you can legitimately go fucking nuts. And it'll still look perfectly fine. Because of the way that, like I just explained, desaturation works with color. James always swears at his alarm. It's always the same swear as well. I say Jesus fucking Christ every single time it happens. Also, I'm such a wreck now when it comes to alarms. Like, I'll sleep right through like 7 alarms. Anybody else this way? Where you're to put like 8 alarms at the same time? Just so you'll maybe wake up through one of them? It's kind of absurd. It's ridiculous. I said like 50? Yeah. It's It's really bad habit. I turn my alarms off while I sleep. You're a madman. Absolute fucking madman. I actually want a bit of saturation here, and I want to turn it into this blue value. This value looks super pretty. I like this value a lot.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you did that, but who was that? Mechatronics, nice strong name. I can build a brand on top of that name. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Name is Indiana Broad. Hey, James. So lovely to make your acquaintance. We are the premier scuffed study stream on twitch.tv. We do studies just about every other day here on this channel. Some of them community, some of them not. But you are always welcome to join in. If you ever need the references that I'm using, the art tutorials that I reference, my past, present, or previous work, probably the same thing in fact. Make sure you join the Discord as well for more information. Lovely to have you. I turn mine off sometimes when I sleep too. I have one where I need to stand up to turn it off, even that one got messed up by me when I was trying to sleep. I know, it's fucking insane. Like, I have a friend that has his alarm make him solve math problems, otherwise it just keeps going on. And I feel like if that was the case with my phone, I would just toss it out of the window. Just straight up chuck it. I'm a very violent sleeper. Violent? Let's expand some of our shapes here. Make sure things fit a little bit better. You're going from eyes, lips to here sometimes, finishing sometimes not. Is there a rhythm to it? Not really. I'm just going around the image. Because I never paint in a way to finish anything completely. Because if you like, this is a general problem that a lot of people might have when drawing in general, which is when you draw, and it depends entirely on the kind of person that you are, but most of the time, especially if you're a beginner, and I do still consider myself a beginner, if you draw like the perfect eye, let's say, and then you zoom out and draw the other perfect eye, then you draw a perfect nose. The issue with this is, 1, you're assuming your placement is correct, 2, you're assuming your angles are correct, 3, you're assuming the entire piece is going to be in the same amount of detail, and 4, you're burdening yourself by putting that amount of pressure on you to reach that same detail. So that's a bit of an issue. So rather than that, having the entire piece flow together and just be kind of brought up by every other part of the piece together is a good idea, because things don't have to be super rendered for them to make sense. Especially in the idea of a painting, you know? Things can be super vague and you'd still be able to think of it as a good painting. Definitely an idea you can think about. Like some of my favorite paintings in the world are super vague paintings, you know? The paintings that just, maybe just a little bit, they indicate what they want to portray. The very fundamental essence of what they want to portray. Like maybe a truck would look like this. It would be like one value over here, then one darker value over here, and then you would have some darker values maybe for the windshield, and then maybe if the road was a lighter value like this, you would have maybe a shadow underneath it, and this would look like a truck. And I've seen this sort of idea in so many paintings that I enjoy watching. And the thing is, that's not a truck. Like, you can see right now, that looks nothing like a truck. If I showed this to anybody, they wouldn't say truck. But in that image particularly, because of the context of everything, the fact that it's on the road, the fact that you can see buildings, your brain immediately fills the gaps up and thinks, okay, that's a truck. So the idea of detailing every part of the image is fundamentally, it's a huge burden first off, and it's not necessary at all. Because the way attention works is you only see what you're focusing on, and the rest of it is kind of blurred out, but you know it's there, and you have a feeling that it's there. Like, just look around your room, for instance. Look at what you're focusing on, and you see all these elements in the periphery of your view. And you know that they're there. You know that the lighting is falling in a specific direction. You know the shadows underneath them. You know the material they constitute from, but you're not looking at them. Your brain is kind of filling in the gaps in information. Because while you're not looking at them, you can still kind of see them, right? Even though that's not where your focus is. So this is what it plays with, you know? It plays with focus. That's why you never like go around trying to like figure out where to put detail or whatever. You put detail where you want the focus of the image to be. And for like a portrait, it's generally going to be the face. But even then, I would never fully go into detail directly off the bat. And I've seen plenty of people do this and do this successfully. But I think, especially if you're beginning, like I am, it's really important for us to just think about putting in detail sporadically, you know? Wherever we think it's necessary to try and distinguish the piece or distinguish the shape. But just building the image all together, you know? So right now I've obviously spent a little bit more time on the face than the rest of the image, simply because I know the face is going to be the focal point. Right? So I've done that. But I'm still trying to bring up the entire face region to the same amount of detail. So you'll see me darting in and out, back and forth, here and there, to try and figure out exactly where things need to go, to try and achieve the look that I wanted to achieve. Because it's a huge burden trying to catch up with different parts of the piece. For example, I made the mistake on this piece that I did, where I put in way too much shape detail on my counterside right arm. I put way too much detail into this.
Oh, fuck.
Even though it might not
I can't
seem that
believe
way.
you've done this.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Banog, I think your name is. Good to see you. Welcome to the premiere Scuff Study stream on Twitch.tv. So for example, on this piece, I went in way too much on this arm when I was detailing it, so that everything had to match the detail of this arm. And it just kind of lost its enjoyment after a certain point. What I should have done is, I should have done like a big shape for this arm and the shadow behind it, and like a large shape for the lights, and then started just slowly building in to the idea of detail. Because maybe I didn't want the abs to have this much detail, maybe I didn't want the triceps to have this amount of detail. Because it doesn't need to really, it can stand on its own with a lot less than I've put in it already, and if I can simplify it, then I'd prefer to simplify it, because I don't want to paint super hyper detailed things right now. I want my understanding of shapes to increase, I want my understanding of value to increase. So simplifying my shapes is going to be really important to do that, which is why I haven't gone into this piece with a super blended kind of approach. I'm thinking mainly about trying to like unify shapes and trying to just bring the entire image in general to a certain degree. So I hope that answers the question. And it's something you can try out if you don't already. Like, I know we've all seen these YouTube videos of, let's say somebody doing a hyper-realistic portrait, and then they have like an outline, like a really rough, really light outline. And yes, I do have a Discord. Let me get you the link. There you go. So they have like a rough outline, and then they just do a perfect eye. A perfect eye, just realistic as fuck. And you can do this. But this is an enormous assumption on your part, especially if you are a beginner. And again, I say I am a beginner still, because you don't know if that eye is going to still be there. You don't know if the shape is going to be where you want it to be. You don't know if the rendering is going to be in the style that you want it. You don't know if there's going to be reflected light. You don't know if there's going to be shadow where you're going to be doing it. So you don't know how the piece is going to evolve. So with that in mind, since I don't know how the piece is going to be evolved, I want to keep it a little bit more rougher, you know? Like for example, I could say I'm going to perfectly detail this eye, but then what happens when I have this strand of hair coming directly across the eye? Then I have to put in that shadow in there, and maybe the shadow would have muddled up my value, so suddenly I've wasted a bunch of time in the detail of something that's going to be obscured. So just this idea of gradually pulling in the focus is something that I'm trying to teach myself, and it's something that might benefit you as well in your work.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Who was that, though? Tekoha, I believe. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We are primarily a study-based stream. That's about entirely what I do on stream. We do studies, and more studies. We're in the middle of trying to do more work, try and increase our ability to put down color in a more vibrant and appealing sort of fashion. And as a side note, in this particular season, if you can call it that, we are trying to build on our ability to put down shapes, appealing, simple shapes. So right now, maybe it's not the most appealing shapes that I could have picked for the face. It kind of evokes the face a little bit, but not so much. Not exactly what I want. A good example of what I kind of want is maybe this face over here. It looks okay, maybe still a bit too complicated. I want to simplify. Maybe a good example is this face over here. I think this face is pretty good in terms of exactly, it's very, very simple shape. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So less than 20 shapes on the face. And I get like this entire understanding of the face. Like for example, you can make out that her cheeks are somewhat sunken. You can make out that her cheekbones are somewhat prominent. You can make out that her eyebrows, that the socket of her eye is somewhat inset, right? You can make out all these details. And the amount of shape is very basic. And generally, the more stark the lighting configuration of the piece is, the easier it is to see these shapes. But I would like to simplify my approach even further and try to get the minimum requirements. Like, have you ever seen those videos of people like making shapes from like cutouts maybe, or they use like a razor or an X-Acto knife and they cut out like a face on an apple? So all they're doing is they're taking the biggest shape possible on an image, and then they're trying to depict that shape. So you might think, oh, how did they do so much detail in one cut? It's just that they're picking the biggest shape possible and they're working with it. So what I should be really thinking about is actually lowering the amount of shapes that I use in my image. And I'm making this mistake constantly because, again, this shape idea is a new idea for me. I'm not used to it, so you'll be learning about as well as I am. This is more digital and paint, isn't it? This idea? I think this idea is not just digital, because this is the way that oil painters and just traditional painters do it usually. Like for example, take the idea of the nose. Like you'll see in the majority of oil paints, you will find this sort of configuration in oil paints. So you'll have a triangle. You'll have one side of the triangle being of your light value. You'll have one side of the triangle being of your dark value, like this. Maybe not so desaturated. Something like this. And then you might have an underneath value, signifying the bottom side of the nose. So you will see this as the beginning of the nose for the majority of your oil paints. If you're ever going to learn oil painting, this is how it's going to look. And that's because you do the same thing in oil painting, where you go from a very general idea of a nose or of a painting to a very simplified idea. So I don't think there are right ways or wrong ways of doing this, but I do think it's an easier way to learn things because it makes sure that you're thinking about certain things, right? Hope that helps you. Itara, thank you for the sub, by the way. Thanks for continuing the sub. I don't know why the little thing didn't pop up. I think it's because you're continuing a gift sub, and Twitch is weird about that. But thank you so much for continuing the sub, man. Thanks for the continued support of the channel. Really appreciate you. You are incredible, my friend. Thanks for all the support. It was a comment on the last episode. Sorry about that. I'm not entirely fully following because I'm on so many threads right now. But yeah, so right now I'm going to put in a bit more work into the body. So again, how do we define? So again, this is like a super amorphous region. So I've worked nothing on the body so far. So where do I start? So I have some idea of the local colors that I'm going to be using right now. But how do I really define where these colors are going to go? So the things that really give definition, especially in a lineless painting like I'm doing right now, what really gives you definition is going to be your occlusions. So what occlusions are, again, so I've mentioned occlusions all the time on the stream, is the areas of really, really dark value. So these super shadowy regions are what's going to give life to your painting. So just think a little bit sensibly about where you're going to put your occlusions and then put them as best as you can. So I'm going to zoom out for this. We're going to put in a value like this. So again, now the color is defined. So you'll see this happening very slowly but very surely. So I know what occlusion value I want because I kind of found the value over here. I hate to check that I'm not a robot. It annoys me when I'm signing up on Discord. Are you sure you're not a robot? But yeah, it is annoying, but it has to happen, right? That's to prevent a bunch of bots from spamming servers. But again, think about the occlusion over here. So we have this dark region over here. And now you can say, oh, okay, I see what's happening here. The scarf is going on top of the arm, between the armpit and maybe the right side or canvas side right breast. So we have this idea. So I'm not going to put in these splayed values just yet, or maybe I can. Not the biggest deal to me. So we can just put in an idea of these folds, maybe. It's a preliminary idea of these folds. We have this idea over here. Now we can choose to refine some of our existing ideas over here. So this obviously needs to come off a little bit. So we can use our occlusions to kind of figure out our proportions a little bit more. So again, going through the image and putting in our occlusions. So occlusions doesn't mean you're going to outline everything, because again, real life doesn't have outlines. But real life does have really stark shadows. When folds happen, when interfaces of muscles happen, for example. Like a really common one, if you think about anatomy, is this one. Where I think about the shoulder anatomy and the chest, so I can draw this out in maybe a white. So if you have your head here, let's say that's your head, you go down to your neck. Let's say this is your clavicle region. So you have your clavicles coming out. Terminate over here. Okay, so let's say your traps come down here. This is your traps on a muscular male. And you have your shoulders coming out here. Shoulders come down. And then let's say you have your whole chest region. So chest comes down, goes out. And then you have this whole, this is the interface I'm talking about. So between the chest and the shoulder. So this is a really, generally a very dark region in the human body, especially if the lighting is anywhere top side. So you have the shoulder here, you have the traps. So what happens here is that the shoulder goes down, and then the tricep starts, and the bicep starts from here. The tricep on one side. So what happens is you have this really crazy interface here on the body, right? So you have your shoulder, so this is your anterior delt, so I can actually highlight it a bit more, even though it's not really highlighted like this on the human body. So you have your bicep coming out from here, you have your anterior shoulder, and then you have your pectoris major. So it creates this crazy cross-sectional area right here. That makes this area very dark. So the way you really hone in on this area, saying that, okay, this is a super dark area, is that you will have this kind of value in here. You'll have a super dark value. And not only is this happening, but underneath all of this is your lats, right? So you have your latissimus dorsi muscle, which is actually joining midway to the humerus. So on a defined male, you'll have the lat muscle coming in like this. So let's just say you have your abdominals right here. And you have your oblique muscles right here. So you actually have your lats attaching somewhat above your waist over here. So your lats attach here as well. So this is all happening underneath it. So the lat attaches to your humerus, which is the bone running through your bicep. So you have all these muscles happening over here. So you have this region be very dark. That's how the anatomy of the male goes, at least, and female, for example. Like when you draw a female pose and the arm is raised, for example, this will be very prominent. For example, let's say the arm is raised in a female pose.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Shipster, I believe. Welcome to the most scuffed study stream on Twitch. So, moving on to the occlusion again that we're thinking about. So, we have a female arm. The female arm's not going to have very prominent lats, but it's still going to have an idea of lats. And it's going to be like this. So, let's say the arm is raised. So you'll still have a bit of a bump for the anterior delt. And then what's actually going to happen is you'll have the same region, the same idea of the pec extending over here. Let's say, to make this a little bit more clearer, so this is going to be the neck, and this is going to be the head. Thank you for the Discord link, by the way. So you have this idea of so this is going to be the bottom of the tricep over here. So it actually comes from this idea of the armpit over here. So this is again going to be occluded, but this is going to be the pec, and this is the shoulder now. And this is the underside of the lat. And then the idea of the breast actually comes over the pec. So you have your breast kind of extending down here and then happening over here. You'll have your breast interface like this because your breast lies on top of your pec. So by using this idea, you can actually get fairly good ideas of where different things need to go, just based on your anatomy. So again, the idea over here is that you'll have an occlusion over here, and you'll have an occlusion over here. That's where to put your dachshund. So just a realistic example, when you're doing anatomy, where to put your occlusions. So it's usually going to be in the interface between different muscles. And the same way in clothing, it's probably going to be in the interface of clothing as well. So for folds, for example, your folds are always going to have a really dark value. So again, just trying to transfer some of the knowledge that I've gained in my meager time painting. Not that I'm an expert on anything. But again, I choose to promulgate all sorts of information that I get from any sort of source. I think it's really important that I do so. Okay, we need to slowly bring in the silhouette a little bit because it seems like we have too much additional space over here. So we can just bring this in a little bit, make sure that she's a little bit more petite in general. Seems like our distances seem to be okay for the most part. Alright, so again, we're going to move on with our idea of putting in occlusions. So again, when you have a strong local value, it's a really good idea to kind of go from that local value into your shadow value. So we know that this entire piece is being lit by a coolish light. So that means we need to pick a slightly cooler value than our orange, so we can go a little bit towards the purples, and then we completely darken that up to match our occlusion value, and then it sort of looks right. So again, the higher the local value, and this is like the latest thing I've learned for color, but higher the local value, the less you can actually sway from it when it comes to interfacing, which is a really cool idea because this is a super saturated orange, right? So what if I wanted to put in like a blue in this orange? Then all I have to do really is pick a super desaturated blue, and when I put it on, it reads as blue. But look at how far away it is over here. Like look at just how far away this blue is in terms of saturation. It's barely anything. When I put it on the orange, it reads as blue. And this is simply because of the saturation, because the saturation plays a big part in color harmony. So I could put this blue in here, it would still be blue, but it doesn't look right. Like this blue doesn't make any sense. But if I desaturate it, then we start to hit the money over here. Then it starts to make sense that this value would actually be on the scarf. I learn a lot of English anatomy words, yeah. There's a lot of fun words that you can learn from anatomy. Used all over the place. Okay, for the background, I still want to maintain this idea of having this darkish blue as a silhouette. So again, I want things to really pop when it comes to the brightness of the dress. So I'm going to be darkening up this value a little bit. Just here and there, just to make this thing kind of pop. I'll leave the top kind of lightish. So maybe we can add some texture here, just to make sure this kind of thing makes sense. I don't want it to be too randomly put in. We'll add in some texture just to make sure that fits, and this looks okay. That looks fine. Okay, so let's move on with this idea of putting in our occlusions, shall we? This is super important because we're going to be using these occlusions, even though they don't seem like much, they're going to be defining the majority of our form. Because for example, take this area right here. So just by these two lines, you think about it in your brain, you think, okay, from these two lines I can think maybe there's a shape like this. And it turns out that there is a shape like that. So you don't need to convey everything by lining it out. Because ultimately in nature things aren't lined out, right? And this is going to be the goal of all of your paintings anyway, to bring them to a point where you don't need your lines anymore. And what does that mean? That means that your contrasts, especially your occlusions, are at a point where they can describe your subject material without the help of your lines. going to be the natural progression for most pieces, unless you're straight up doing comic style art or cartoon style art, in which case you still need your lines. But otherwise, I find that they're not as important as you thought they were. And don't get me wrong, lines are super good for getting down information quickly. Like for example, let's say I wanted to draw a sphere. How long will it take me to do it by value? So one value over here, one value over here. It still looks flat though. So I have to add in a highlight. So I have an area over here. Then I add in a highlight. And I add a spotlight over here. And I add in the core shadow. Then I add in the reflected light. Then I add in the rest of the lights. Then I add in the area of light. So this reads like a sphere, right? It looks like a shape. Looks like a three-dimensional shape. But what if I was going to do that with just my lines? Well, it's super easy. I'll just draw a shape here. And I indicate this. And this also reads a spherical. Right? So, putting down ideas is a lot faster with just lines. And that cannot be just dismissed out of the blue. Way faster. But in terms of a finished piece, unless the lines are going to be part of the finished piece, maybe it's not a good idea to just rely solely on them. And maybe this is a mistake that was holding me back, personally. But again, there's absolutely nothing wrong with using lines. Some of the best artists in the industry still use lines. Like Artjum, for example. Artjum is super line-based. Like his lines feature all the way to the end of the image. Sure, he recolors them after a certain point, but his lines are always there. Cannot be mistaken. Okay, so for the clothing in general, we're going to take a Cynic's approach to the clothing. So Cynic's likes putting in these strong triangular values for his clothing. So we're going to do a similar thing right now. I just want to make sure that my base values are somewhat okay to be able to do this, and I think they are. Okay, so we're going to figure out what value we want to be on our clothing. And this seems like a basic and okay understanding. Okay, value right here. Maybe a little bit darker. I don't want to take away too much from this. Is that okay? Okay, maybe hinting towards a slightly greenish would be an idea. Maybe I don't like that. Depends, actually. I don't want it to be desaturated, but I don't want it to be bright. Okay, so we can pick this value just to play around with. So things are starting to come to shape over here. Actually, let me just put this value down over here somewhere so I have it. And I'm going to just put in the occlusion down here because I want to define this area underneath the arm. Right? I think that's a pretty important place. So I'm going to roughly block it out with this dark value over here. Just really roughly block it out. And then we're going to go back in with our heavy occlusion and really say where this information is going to lie. So we know that it's going to be about this thick at least. We can put this information down. So again, starting from really general and then getting specific. It's a pretty good idea, generally speaking. And even the value of this dark, even though it just looks like black, it is in fact not black, it's just a really dark value, which is still blue. Because if it was like red, you would still be able to detect that, even though it's not obvious. The human eye still sees a lot more than you might think, so we still need to be mindful about our dark values. For example, the fact that this background is a dark blue instead of just a black, it makes a huge difference, and this can be actually demonstrated by the fact that I can actually put in a black value. It just seems like it's wrong in the background. Same goes for pure white. I mean, there's no place for it on a canvas, generally speaking. It just makes things look a little bit weird. Of course, there's tons of arguments and tons of people use it. But I think, as far as my understanding goes currently, I should be kind of looking away from it just a little bit. I learned my 8-year-old sketching after what you said I need to unlearning. You don't need to, honestly. As in, just the idea of drawing is important. And how you do it is entirely dependent on your own interests and your own experiences. So again, there's no correct way to do it. I'm just saying what might work for a lot of people. What has been informed to me, for example. And I think a good idea is just to experiment with all sorts of techniques and see what works for you the best. Because again, there are super good artists that use lines, there's super good artists that don't use lines. Ultimately, this is entirely preference. So again, using the occlusion, so again, this looks like now a thumb almost, right? And I've barely put in any detail in here. So occlusions are really king when it comes to any image. Always think about these occlusions. Even if your contrast isn't right, just thinking about the occlusions itself will make you try to push those values to match the occlusion. Otherwise, things will look really weird. Wow, the K just went live. Old Pam right there. That must mean it's close to 12 for me. So anyway, using as little lines as we can, again defining more ideas. So again, see, the more we're putting into this in terms of occlusion, the more it's sort of resembling a finished piece. Because again, that's the point of occlusion, right? We get this idea, this evocation of form. But really, what have I done here? I've done nothing. I've done absolutely nothing over here. But it looks like something just because of the way our minds kind of look for these occlusions and think, what shapes could these occlusions form? You're saving yourself a bunch of time. Because this is never going to be, this region of the hand, it's never going to be even close to what the detail I put on the face already is. It's not even going to be close to that value, or that amount of detail. But it's still going to read as a hand, and it's still going to fit in the image solely because that's where our attention is going to be drawn. How can I send you a photo on Discord? Your profile. How can I send you a photo on Discord? Okay, you can post a photo in the artist alley. So if it's a finished piece, you can post it in finished pieces, and you can post it in the works in progress as well. Whichever you choose to do. Also, I see Bloody Wings, Bloody Wings' recent post, and man, is that spicy! That's so spicy, B-Wing. Jesus Christ. Or you can just directly DM it to me, if you so choose. Ultimately, entirely up to you. Should be able to drag and drop them, but note they can't be over 8 MB too. Good point. Also coming in here with the spicy information. Unless you're fancy and have nitro. Probably get nitro, you know. I want to use GIFs. Or GIFs. You're extra smart. Okay, so I want to put in these last 4 values of occlusion down here. And then we're going to go straight up into doing these clothes. It's going to be a lot of fun. So again, these folds are entirely determined by these strong shadows. Powerful shadows on the clothes. Real powerful. Once you get the silhouette right, go all the way to a saturated shadow. Goes all the way there. Bloody Wing. Powerful shadows for clothes, I swear to.
Powerful shadows for clothes, I swear to. Cool story, Bob.
Cool story, Bob. Thank you for the bits, B-Wing. Appreciate you, my friend. And what a stark contrast with the previous stream we've had, right? Do appreciate you sticking around. All y'all, there's some cool people. I do want to bring some sort of echo of red in here for the lips. I do want to think about resizing these. So pick a really saturated dark red value. Because again, this is about a saturated dark red that you're going to have in an image. Besides maybe the nostril, perhaps. Cool story, Bob. Really good, good work on that piece, by the way, B-Wing. So spicy. Can't wait to get to working on that Morticia Adams. Who, by the way, is very responsible for some of my earlier awakenings in life. Goodness me. Something about them god chicks I'm very okay with. Have you seen that picture, Bloody Wing, of that god chick wearing a bikini and she's just so like uber thick? Might use that as a reference actually. You probably know the one I'm talking about. Well, I have to link it to you if you haven't. Again, these shapes are a bit too muddled right now. I would like to simplify. I really would like to simplify here. We know that this shape actually spreads out over here. Let's leave it like this for a second. Let's just duplicate this layer maybe. Okay, now we can start playing with it a little bit more. But I think I want to start joining in some of these shapes here, because I don't think I want it to be in this particular fashion. Let's just think about joining some shapes and we'll see how it looks. But we can always choose to simplify, right? The whole idea. Let's simplify. That's one simple shape right here. Now we can make an internal shape right here, say the side of the nose. Something like this. Currently have one awful painted NSFW and one photo manipulation. Your GF would need a deviant account to join though. Yeah, I will make sure that she makes one, or I will submit it under my own, depending. I hope couples entries are allowed. I don't want this to be a sharp edge. I kind of want this idea of it slowly gradiating out. So again, thinking in terms of very simple shapes. So I knew I was going to simplify at some point, so I may as well do it now. This looks okay. So really trying to get the silhouette of what I'm trying to portray down. Trying to get the value of what I want to say down. Again, I don't need that many shapes to do this. Make do a rather small number of them. But why not just do that? I dash around that point. So revising shapes is definitely something that I always think about doing. Actually, you can add a hint of maybe blue in here. So how do I reach, this is a very saturated, well, medium saturated orange red value. How do I reach the blue value? Or how do I reach the orange? Well, I guess the orange on the vest will be reflecting the most, which means I can actually choose a pretty saturated value for this. But it's going to be saturated dark. Again, it's going to be on the chin. This ends up being this kind of value. But do you have any suggestions, B-Wing, on where I can start looking for like refs? Do any cosplayers really catch your eye? So already I think this is a really strong change what we just did. Like a really solid change. But this is just by changing some of our shapes. And I really enjoy what just happened. So we'll think about refining the top shape again. So I'm trying to simplify the available shapes on my image as much as possible. Getting a message on Twitch. Oh, sure. Let me see. I need to make sure to save my piece because this times oftentimes crashes my Krita. So I like this idea a lot more. Yeah, that's coming out pretty good. It's coming out really well, actually. I'm getting some basic ideas down. So are you doing this current reference? Are you working off reference in general? Megan Coffey, I think. She never made a Morticia Addams cosplay. Oh, she's beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna favorite this. Yeah, we might use her. That's a terrible way of saying it, but we might use her. Yes, it's a good way to start. But if you want to like revise your approach, I would say just think about starting like really, really far back. Don't even think about the eyes. Like, I'm not saying you treat it like my image, where you treat the eyes like at the very end. But think about like widening your approach, you know? So you zoom out completely, and then you try and get the silhouette down, you know? You try and get the big shapes. So the idea is, ultimately, you're not going to go, I'm going to draw an eye, I'm going to draw another eye. You're going to be like, okay, I'm going to draw the biggest shape possible. So for example, I can do this very quickly for you. What's happening? Oh, I see. So I have a overlay going on currently. Let me just, give me 1 second. I just want to duplicate some things. Duplicate, put it over here, and I want to merge this. Needs to be removed. There you go. Okay, that's what I want to do. Fine. So let's just say that I wanted to start doing this piece again with lines. So this is what you want to be thinking about doing. So you really look at the reference from like far away, and you'd be like, what do I see? So the entire idea of like learning to paint, at least the way that I think is really quick to learn to make really good pieces, is you think, what do you see? Do you see a face? Yes. Do you see eyes? That's a good question, because the eyes currently are a very small part of what makes the picture a picture. So you got to ask yourself, what is it that is making this picture look like a girl? So it might be the shape, right? So the silhouette. Silhouette meaning the outline of the entire image. So maybe you think about it from like a really big way, and you move into a very small way. So you think about maybe at the beginning, you think about the face. So you think, okay, the face looks like this. So we have a circular part to begin with, and then we have like a square idea, and then we have a chin. And we know that something is inside, we don't care about this. So we think from big to small, right? So we think about this shape, this big shape. So again, I don't want you to be outlining or anything, but think about like the shape it's creating. So like a big square, and then we have this sort of rectangular shape coming over here. So again, think about it in terms of shapes. We have a big square over here, and we have a shape down here. We have a shape down here, and then we have two shapes coming over here. And then using this as a basis, you can start putting in additional value. So what about the hair? Hair looks so complicated, but it's not. Because when you think about it, the hair is just this much. We have a bit of space over here. It goes outward, it goes inward. And then you have the cap. And now you can start getting even more specific with things, you know? You can be like, okay, so maybe I got this value angled over here wrong, so I can adjust. And I can adjust here. Then I can adjust here. So you can start making adjustments in this big shape until the shape resembles something like what you have in your image. So you can start putting in some detail now. You can be like, it goes inside over here. So if I go and I refine this image, let's make it red. So you can be like, okay, I'm happy with this over here. So remember, you don't have to get things perfectly. You can think about it like a sculptor, like you're etching away on rock and you're trying to find that right image that really makes you think, okay, this is good. This looks like what is in the picture. So you start really big and you get really small. And I think this would be a much more good way of approaching this idea of complex pieces, right? So you have this idea now of where things need to go based on your big square shapes and your circular shapes. I would say stick to square shapes as much as possible. But then you have this idea like this, right? And then you maybe have the book in here. And then after you draw this much, then you can say, okay, let me add some detail. So it can be, okay, maybe there's a bit of hair here. There's a bit of hair here. So again, thinking really big, but then coming to more specific. Maybe you can say that this is the nose over here. So you don't have to draw the nose immediately. You can say this is where the nose is going to go. This is where the eyes are going to go. This is where the mouth is going to go. And then you can draw in some idea of the hair over here. Idea of the hair over here and here. And then you can go even more specific and you can say, okay, now I can put the eyes in because I know where the eyes are going to go. Right? You were talking about negative space. Is that not better here? It depends, because negative space is just a tool, right? It's not like a requirement that you have to start painting using negative space. Negative space just means you're able to get your placement better, right? Of certain things. So once you draw things, like once you have things over here, you can say, okay, maybe I have my neck too small, maybe I have my shoulders too broad. And you can use negative space to sort of verify that. These are the ideas I want you to be thinking about. Right, yeah. I want to actually bring this area a little bit down, I think. Oops.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you did that. Who was that? Purple Frog, welcome to the chat. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome to the most scuffed study stream on Twitch. My name is James, or Indiana Broad, whichever strikes your fancy. And we primarily do studies on the channel. We are halfway through our approach to try and get better colors in our pieces. If you are an artist, make sure you share some work here or on the Discord, !Discord for more details. So happy to have you here. Let me know how you're doing in the chat, if you're doing okay. Not doing okay, perhaps there are things I can do or say that might make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. Really can't wait to be an animator. I'm always hype about that. Yeah, don't worry about it, man. It's definitely in the cards for you. Like, the difference between you and the people that you admire is the time that they've put into what they love. So as long as you're putting in this time, you're getting one step closer to where you want to be. As long as you're putting in this effort, you're getting there. Because there's no such thing as it being too much, or talent, it being way out of your reach. It is simply how much are you willing to spend? How much of trouble are you willing to overcome? How many times are you going to fight against
Oh, what a day!
these
What a
voices in here?
lovely
Oh,
day!
Jesus Christ, Jets, thank you for the sub. Holy shit. Thank you so much for that, for the support, my friend. Well, I would be perfectly happy to tide over with your wonderful company. Thank you so much for supporting this, the studies. Everything that I get on stream goes directly back into stream. I really appreciate you. Thanks for spamming the worst emote on Twitch. I'm sorry that I couldn't give you anything more. I have sung you a song or two in the past, so hopefully that'll make up for just the jankiness of that emote. But currently what we're trying to do is we're trying to unify some shapes here. So I was talking about this earlier, but I want to unify my shapes and unify my value as much as I want to. So I think we made a big improvement. For example, I can show you where we just were. So this was the face, and now I've kind of bridged this gap between these two values and I've unified the shape. And suddenly it looks a lot better. It looks a lot stronger. Also, Spacey, thank you so much for joining us today. I miss you, girl. Hope you're doing okay. Hope the week has treated you alright. So we just need to make a bit of a zoom out to see whether or not we are abiding by the general principles of this, of the lighting scheme on the face. So because we're dealing with so little amount of shape variation, we need to think exactly where these shapes need to go. Shapes. Say shapes. Shapes. Exactly where these shapes need to go, so we are able to accurately determine whether or not we're portraying the subject matter properly. So every little bit kind of counts in terms of this accuracy. So every little detail we can put in here is going to be important. But thank you again, Jets, for the subs. You guys have been pretty fucking mental today. Really appreciate it. Your artwork and never-ending kindness more than makes up for it. Gotta go eat. Thank you for the stream. Thank you so much for the sub, and thanks for the continued support, man. I really appreciate it, and there's I'm gonna be working to live up to that sort of expectation every day. Can probably turn this into Morticia Adams. Let me see. Ooh, spicy. Dude, I love some of the other ones that are in that album as well. The chick is so like lanky. I love it. Ooh, well, I really like some of these actually. I like the one where she's on a chair, you know? I get some ideas based on that. Oh, the one in full profile. Very nice. Been ill? I know, you've told me this before as well. I'm so sorry that you continue to be ill, but a lot better now the past few days. I'm glad you're recovering, man. You're a lot stronger than you give yourself credit for. Dude, nice, Ellie. Very, very nicely done. Love all the intricate detail, the color meshing you've done here. But Ellie, one of my mods here. Look at how good that is. Look at how good that is. It's so fucking good. Really give props to my girl Ellie over there. Taking care of a kid and working on artwork. She's the real trooper over here. The real hero. Big shoutouts to Belly Flop. When I dream in sleep, I dreamed I'm working fan animation. When I wake up, I thought it was real. Yeah, I've had similar dreams like that in the past. But don't worry, man. Work towards it. Put in the effort. It will happen. Like, I can't guarantee you're gonna get a job at like Disney or Pixar, or you're gonna be famous or whatever. But I can 100% guarantee you that you're gonna get better. Every single time you do it, you're gonna get better. I can guarantee you this. Something that you guarantee yourself. It's a self-assurance. But yeah, really good work, Ellie. Thank you so much for posting. You will get better. The more work you put in, the more you will improve. This much I can guarantee you. This is simply the nature of things. Most people complain they can't do something, and that's simply because they haven't put in the requisite amount of time into it. And they won't put in the time because they think they're not good in it. It's a dangerous cycle. Never fall into the cycle of thinking. You are just as good as the work you put in. Nothing more, nothing less. Nobody's just naturally gifted at doing something. Sure, you might learn something easier than other people. You might find things easier than other people. But who cares even if it's easier for them? How is that affecting your life? How is that improving your life? It simply isn't. It's that's the easy way out to say that people are born this way, people are born to do certain things. But the truth is, if you're alive and breathing, there's a way of doing something. There's a way of achieving what you want to achieve. And the trick is to just start. Just start trying to do it. Start building towards the life that you want to live. Normally I clean it up more, make the hat look less like a pile of garbage. It's good, shut the fuck up. But the kiddo kept swatting my arm away from the tablet every time I stopped. Well, hard fought victory, Ellie Pop, but well done. I think it's very, very good. Did you also didn't know be pro art? What do you mean? Are you saying that do I want to be a pro artist? Absolutely. Everything I do for improvement. Everything I do on stream and off stream for art is not to make pieces. It's not to say, hey, look at how good I am right now. It's to try and improve, to try and build upon the things that I've learned. Everything is a stepping stone for me. Every single thing. If it helps me, if it improves, I'm gonna do. Because you will never catch me doing like personal pieces unless it's a personal piece in the interest of improvement. I don't like the idea of just staying where I am. It makes me very uncomfortable. I do, however, like the idea of pushing myself every single day. I meant never give up to believe. Yeah, I mean, I know I can make it. And that's not me being arrogant. I just think that if I put in the effort, I will make it. Just like I know that everybody will make it. Simply the way it is. Simplifying the shapes on the face. Just a little bit. So we can simplify it in certain areas. Being super specific with our placement. Perhaps we can arrive at some consensus on how to place these shapes. So I'd like to unify these values. I'll unify these shapes at least. Some of my favorite paintings do this. You have two values that intermingle, that occupy a particular configuration on the piece that's very, very accurately put in. There's no ambiguity, it's confident. It's something that I really appreciate. A lot of good artwork. So this one can be squared off a little bit, I think. Can I request a fan art later? That's a rather big request. You can always put in suggestions in the Discord. I'm very, very open to putting in suggestions. Just go ahead and type in the general chat or something. Things that you would like to see drawn on stream. If you have a reference, you can always put that in general references. I've used many references that people have suggested before in the chat. So if it's a good reference, most likely you will see it drawn on stream. Draw a zombie. Haven't I already drawn a zombie on stream? Because I've drawn a good amount of zombies in my life. Because generally speaking, whenever I fucked up a drawing when I was little, when I was little and I wanted to draw like a female face and I fucked it up because that's just like what I did with my female faces. And I would always like draw a zombie out of the female face. And I would be like, yeah, I wanted to draw a zombie from the beginning. It is you that is the fool. But really, I just fucked up female faces very often. I drew one in the past. Come on, give me a break. I have an image from Google. Post it in the references folder on the Discord, or channel I guess it's called. You can also put it in here if you'd like. I'll look at it. Digital art is so fascinating. I think it is. I think art in general is super fascinating to me. It's really cool. I want to get this idea in really quickly. So what exactly am I doing here is a good question to ask. So what is happening here is that I'm trying to simplify the values and the color that I see on the image. I'm trying to simplify that into basic shapes, and these shapes are going to look like this. So the idea of shape-based drawing, strictly shape-based drawing even, is you're going to simplify every piece of value. For example, you can see this big shape down here. So it almost looks like this curve over here, straight angle. So I put in that shape over here. And I'm trying to make sure that it looks fairly good in terms of interfacing. And this is the whole trick of trying to choose your shapes on a piece. I don't want it to look super gaunt, but I do want to simplify some of the image. Fab, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I still have a bunch to learn about this technique. I'm trying my best. Try and make it work. Again, usually I would just be working on other parts of the image right now. Since you whisper, sure, I'll take a look at it. But right now I really want to simplify these shapes because I think it's a really important thing to do for this piece. So I love the idea of simplifying these shapes into something a little bit more digestible. I think it's something that I really want to learn how to do. This will help me a lot. To also simplify some of my color choices as well, because I only have so many shapes to choose from, which means I only have so many colors to choose, which means my palette becomes a little bit more simplified as well. Looks okay. Certainly could look better, I think. How long have you said you've been doing digital art? It's not been long now. I mean, I only come back and it's been about 6 months of continuous effort. I don't think I've improved too much, but I have improved. That much I do know. I've been drawing most of my life. Simplified palette, now you know why I only paint with my palette. I know, right? But I like being in the shit, you know? I like being in the shit of it. I think it'll really improve my work. And give me an appreciation for easier things. Jad, powerful Jad in the chat. The premier source of all air-based studies on Twitch.tv. The wizard. How's it going, my friend? Okay, bye. How's it going? Really like her? Oh, Ashoka Tano? Yeah, I would definitely do a Ashoka Tano piece. I love her design. She's a Togrutan from Star Wars. Chad, come back. Chad, come back. I love you. Don't leave me. Don't leave me with these animals. So this is a better shape because this really signifies like the roundness of her cheek, I think. Are you Indiana Jones? No, 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 no. I am not, in fact, Indiana Jones. I know you might get a little bit confused sometimes. Maybe he could be, but I assure you that I am not. Trying to simplify these shapes again. What was I saying earlier about simplification of shapes? So the idea of doing it this way is you would think about reducing the entire image's values, so the lights and darks, to shapes like this. So a combination of a straight, of an S shape, and of a U shape. So you can have shapes like this that define certain things. So I'm going to be looking for those kind of shapes in the image to try and describe what the image is showing. You are super good, I appreciate that. You could make your own too, maybe even out of this painting and extend it further over time. This is like I started. Okay, that's a good idea. So will you do that later after this? I don't know, because I have an idea for the next couple of streams, but definitely afterwards, because we might do fan art studies as well later on. So down the line, definitely, could be. Just stick around. Who knows what might happen. It's a good suggestion though, I do like Star Wars a lot. I started with simple colors like vermilion and extended from there. Hi Chad. Hey. I woke up half an hour ago. Passing the fuck out around 6 PM, so a bit groggy. Yeah, my sleep schedule's been all over the place as well. Got absolutely shit-faced stoned on Friday at like 8 and woke up at like noon. The next day I was tired as fuck. We're a mess. But I'm getting there with these values. I just want a bit more of a subtlety maybe. A bit more of a subtlety and I think we're going to be there. For this side. So I wanted to read soft, and it's kind of a weird idea, right? How do you get soft to be read from strictly straight and circular values? Bit of a conundrum, but I believe it is possible. I have a dream that soft values can be achieved using hard edges. My kid has been puking all over me for 3-4 days. I know, I'm sorry about that. Maybe it's the law that's testing you. So I think this is an improvement. Let's look before and after. Before, after, before, after. I think this is a solid improvement, right? So it's a lot more simplified, a lot more refined, a lot more sensible. So the idea is that we're going to be simplifying our shapes, so we should definitely think about this moving forward. It's a very good takeaway, is that if you're not happy with the shape, you simplify the shape. It's as simple as that. I saw Velocity painting today, and she has this lovely idea of this red, deep red undertone when she paints, because she does her outlining with like a lovely reddish pen. And I'm a big fan of that, I gotta say. Really big fan of that. At least I don't have puking kids. 6, she's old enough to not spit up everywhere. Ooh. Sounds rough, Miss Belly Floop. You are the girl for the job. It's actually going to be a value like this, maybe. Up here. A tinge of orange. Shadow. I feel like when I see I like a character I really want to do fan art, but now I can't. It's not a question that you can't, it really isn't. I suggest that you just start right now. Because this whole idea that you are not good enough to do something is very dangerous in your head. Because maybe you don't do it to the amount that you want to do it, but just doing it right now will help you in that journey. Because there's never a right time to do a piece. Because if you think in your head that, okay, I want myself to have a certain level before I even attempt this, it's a really poisonous way of thinking sometimes. Because it can lead you astray, thinking that you will always have to be better, you're never good enough, and there's like a level that you need in order to be ambitious. But ambition does not come from skill, it comes from will. You need to will yourself to be ambitious, you need to seek that out. Be right back, hope you're gonna do okay, Ellie. Why did you have to deal with all of this? But ambition comes from will, it really does. But don't ever feel like you need to wait. You don't need to wait. I didn't wait when I was trying to learn color, I just went into it. I didn't try to wait when I went to learn value. Again, I just went into it. Don't limit yourself. You will do it. You'll get something out of it. I'm not saying that you'll get the most perfect fan art in the world, but you will get something out of it. That's important. Because that's a step, that's right there is experience that you can use towards the future. Don't ever limit yourself. Don't let anybody limit you, by the way. No matter what they say, don't let anybody limit you. The best artists that I've ever seen are artists that are willing to take risks, to go outside their comfort zone and do something that they don't believe that they can do themselves. And this is where really good pieces are born. Like Eric Kennedy, for example, he's so high level. He's so much more skilled than you, than me, than anybody I know almost. And even he takes risks all the time in pieces. He says to me, when asking questions about how he achieved certain looks, he says, to be honest, I didn't even think I was going to do that. I didn't even think I would be able to do that. And his response to that is not to say, I'm going to wait till I think I'm good enough. These sort of sentences don't make sense in his head, because if he waits, then he's never going to do the piece. If you always think that you're insufficient, if you lack the fundamental requirements in your head to do something, you're never going to reach them. You have to be willing to let yourself step outside your comfort zone and let yourself fail if that's what it requires. Like every time I draw something, there's like a 50% chance that it's going to look like shit at the end of it. It's always like this case. I have this in the back of my head, that every time I paint, there's a good chance that it's not going to look good. And I embrace it. I know that this is going to be the case. But I don't let that stop me. Because from a technical standpoint, sure, maybe I'm not even equipped to do this piece. But I can do something. I can definitely do something, right? Mikey Mega Mega? You know Mikey Mega Mega is frequent on Twitch. He's usually in some of my friends' channels. He's here all the time. It's sort of funny to think, right? He's got like hundreds and thousands of subscribers and he's just hanging out with us in chat. How cool is that? Really cool guy, Mikey Mega Mega. The first few girls that I painted looked awful too, and it drastically changed within 3 years. I know. You gotta dare yourself to do these kind of things. Have the gumption, have the spirit, have just the belief in yourself that you can do something. Okay, I want to get in some of this bright value over here near the cheeks. So again, I can have a sub shape here describing this. It doesn't have to be of a large value, it can just be like a sub shape, a shape within a shape. And these earlier work look like dog shit too when you started? Absolutely, it still looks like dog shit, but like less dog shit than before. Did you get that from me, by the way? It looks like dog shit. Something I say very often. You can actually merge the shape over here. All about that shape merging. I think so. Yeah, I think so too. No one is forcing you to showcase what you did either. Just do what you want to do, dare to fuck up, and learn from your mistakes. Absolutely. Because you need to contend with the fact that nothing you do right now is going to be your magnum opus. Nothing you do right now is what you're going to be remembered for. Nobody remembers Mozart or Beethoven or Da Vinci for their earliest works. That's just not how this game is played. You know that to be a fact. If you know that everybody starts from some point. Actually, they do remember Mozart for his early ways. I mean, I'm not talking about music experts. If I think about Mozart, I don't think about the first thing that he ever composed, right? That's not his most famous work. Which is the point. Beethoven's Fifth wasn't the first thing that Beethoven ever wrote. The Mona Lisa wasn't the first thing Da Vinci ever painted. The Sistine Chapel is not the first thing Michelangelo was ever contracted to paint. It's simply the nature of the game. Jed. The point still stands though, anomalies aside. Give a terrible example? Sure, one of my 15 examples was terrible, I will admit. Anomalies aside, all of this holds true for everybody. These dark valleys in. So yeah, like I was saying before, they all start from somewhere. And you're not under any pressure to get things right from the get-go. It simply is not the case for anybody. Start where you need to, learn what you can. You'll get there. Simply the way of things. I don't think I want to add that value actually. That value I want to keep. This is actually telling I'm much better with the this sort of idea. Simplifying the shapes. I think we did a really good job with the simplification. Does not look bad whatsoever. I want to add some highlight to the lacrimal caruncle region. And as well as the Venus line. I need to figure out what this is actually called. Lower eyelid is probably the accurate way of talking about it. But I'm still gonna forever call this the Venus line. The birth of Venus loves putting in this line in her work. And I've started doing the same. Just adds a lot, right? It adds a very pretty look to it. And I like merging the shapes sometimes with the highlight as well. That makes it look pretty cool. Wasn't Mozart the one that died dirt poor too? I mean, dude was a prodigy, right? Like, it was a prodigy in like the most essential sense of the word. Don't claim to know much about music. I do know that the dude was beyond just about everybody else, right? And does it really matter how he died? Because we're still talking about him, right? Those are some good changes we just did. Looks lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Brain Dead Tree, how's it going, friend? Good to see you up in here. Welcome to the premiere Scuffed Studies stream on twitch.tv. All we do here is study, 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 and more study. Trying to get better at painting in general. Digital painting, traditional painting, whatever have you. Currently you are joining us in my Road to Better Color series, wherein we are trying to work on improving my ability to draw and render color. This is episode 5, so I've done 5 streams before this with this particular interest in mind. Things are going pretty well. I'm pretty excited about my progress. So good of you to join us. Is it possible I like to draw like Mikey Mega style because his fan art is so sexy? I mean, Mikey Mega is very good at what he does and he has tons of tutorials. But again, Tivigo, ultimately, if I can give you one piece of advice, it's this. Forget everything that everybody else said, what I said before. It might not apply to you, but the one major thing that's important if you want to improve in art is just to draw. Is to draw as often as possible, as mindfully as possible, but forget all about that. Just put out a body of work. You need to put in the time, you need to put in hours and hours, days and days, years and years into drawing. And ultimately you can draw however you want, however you choose to, but you need to put in the time. It's very, very important. Don't ever put the burden on your shoulders saying that, alright, I gotta be able to draw instantly well, or I need to be able to do this really fast. Forget about all of that. Just put the time in. And you will grow, your understanding will grow. There's no way that it cannot. I won't guarantee you that your approach is going to be the most optimal. I won't guarantee you that you're going to learn faster than anybody else, but I can guarantee you that you will improve. That's something that I will assure you of doing. That's simply the nature of things. The more you do things, the better you do things. Followed you on IG, nice to see your progress on there too. Hey, thanks, I appreciate it. Very, very kind words. Kind of you to say. Did you find me through IG? Or did you find me through the stream? Currently I'm trying to work on simplifying my shapes and identifying colors. So currently my shapes were a little bit muddled up, which was a problem I had. So it looked like this, so I merged a bunch of shapes in, and it seems to be a marked improvement in terms of the general look of the piece. I do like the way it's turned out right now. That looks very, very pretty. I'm a big fan of that, and I hope you enjoy it as well. We are missing something in our ideas, which is we need to think about this mild amount of shadow that falls on the top half of our eyelid. We can just use this local blue value. Something that we miss often. You ever see that game Mass Effect Andromeda and think about why it looks so weird sometimes? I think one of the biggest problems with that game was like the eyes of the character, at least on the initial build, were like really bright for some reason. Not just the iris, but the sclera around it was super, super bright. And I think really that takes you out of the image a lot. So, that's a problem. Good night, y'all. Nana, thank you so much for hanging out, my friend. So lovely to have you, and I wish you success on the study that you posted on the Discord. By the way, if anybody is not a member of the Discord, make sure that you join it so you can find all my references, find all the tutorials that I reference all the time, and interact with some of the great artists that I've met and had the privilege of knowing on twitch.tv. Mikey Mega draws lewd stuff. Yeah, Mikey Mega is just the king of just big anime titties. He's so good at it. Found you via the stream. I've been meaning to get back into drawing and explore digital painting, but I keep getting distracted by life's distractions. I can completely relate to you. And ultimately, I think it comes down to this, which is when this becomes really important for you to do, you will do it. Right now, there might be things that you have to prioritize, and maybe those things are temporary, and I hope they are. But there will come a time where your priorities will line up, or you will make the active decision to say, no, fuck all this. This is important to me. And that's when you'll start putting in the time. And if you put in the time, you will improve. I know you will. You're probably already way better than I am. And you will continue to be better, to grow better, no matter what you do when you put the time in. So, very, very good to have you here. Have you with us. Always good to meet new people. It was an exciting opportunity to learn, to grow a little bit, to expand your worldview and ideas. So you've noticed that I've kind of refrained from doing too much stranding at the moment, because I leave the stranding portion to the very, very last part of my render. So we're not really going to be doing too much stranding at this particular juncture. But we will add some additional strands here and there just to kind of add a bit more of a body to the image. Trying to add additional detail here and there. This is generally not how I do hair at all. Usually I put the occlusions in first, but we can introduce some occlusions as we go along. Small little things like this, for example, that make you think that the hair has more volume. So if I was to point out one mistake that I've made in my life for hair, and a lot of people make that I notice, is not putting in these dark areas of occlusion. Like already you can see when I do this, that it adds like this enormous amount of depth in the hair. And depth in the hair is what sells it. It's what really sells the fact that it is in fact hair. That there's a body to it, there's volume to it, there's structure to it. It's the occlusion that sells it. So when you're drawing hair, always make sure that you think about these occlusions. Really, really important. Let me catch up on some chat over here. As someone who paints a lot of boobies and NSFW stuff, knowing about shadow light anatomy is the most important stuff. And it's not related to any art style, that's true. For example, you can learn a lot by classic nude art and be your step to the stuff by Mega 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 a step nearer. I agree. My face is tired. Mass Effect was so bad, so glitchy and hilarious bugs. Yeah, that's BioWare in general, right? Be right back, no problem, Ellie. Take your time. I do like the simplified approach to this piece that's happened here. So again, I'm going to be looking to simplify these shapes even more. So I'm trying to use as little blending as possible to try and evoke the idea of this piece. And this can be done, there's some subtlety that needs to be done here as well. For example, to outline this cheek, I need to make sure that this value becomes a little bit sharper towards the edge. And that this cheek will read just a little bit better because of it. Really small changes that I think are going to be important. I really like this approach to painting a lot. I'm a big fan of it. Because it reminds me a lot of like traditional work, and while I do most of my painting, if not all of my painting digitally, my favorite pieces of all time, or my favorite artists even, most of them do primarily use traditional. A lot of the way I actually learn color and I learn how to paint has been through traditional means. Okay, so we need to match this value below, but this is like a purple, this is like a blue, there's a distance between them. The way I will match it is by reducing the saturation of the blue by just a little bit, and then it should. The majority of history is wrong teaching that. Right, there are a bunch of ambiguities in history, to be sure. That sort of matches the value better. Okay, so we need to think about a little bit this idea that we have going down here, which is the clothing folds need to be somewhat addressed. So I'm going to borrow from Psychra over here. Psychra, I'm sorry, again, Cynics, it's not Psychra. Cynics talks about big triangular shapes when it comes to detailing the clothing. So I'm just messing around with my chin a little bit. It's a very subtle change, I don't think I need to keep that in there. What's the reference, by the way? It looks familiar, but I can't for the life of me pinpoint why. It's because the reference is twitch.tv/Bellatrix. That's why it looks similar.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you've done this. But who did it? GMonk003, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, my friend. We are primarily a study-based stream. All we do in the pursuit of knowledge and improvement. And if these are things, these are cornerstones of yourself and your own art journey, then you will find yourself right at home. If you're an established artist yourself, make sure you post pieces in the Discord, in the chat. And if you see anything wrong, be sure to point it out. I'm very, very open to critique. I'm not the master of anything, nor do I claim to be. Go ahead and lay into me if you need to. I can take it. What? Yeah, didn't you recognize her? This is when Kate was really young. She modeled in Paris, didn't you know? I would rather the chin be smaller than it is than larger than it is, you know? This is my stance on chins right now. I would rather it be smaller than larger. But right now it seems to be okay. What are you thinking about, Judd? You okay? Canon story? Dank's timeline, my friend. Looks very fun. It's actually really pretty, I think. I think I did a pretty good job. Some things, some aspects. I really like what I did when I went back and looked at the shapes, because I wasn't happy with the face from the beginning, but I went back and I looked at some of these ideas that I put down, and I made changes, and I think those are very positive changes. So shout out to that. Shout out to reevaluating your approach. The Bootster talks all the time about trying to reevaluate some of your shapes midway through your image. That's Marco Bucci, if you guys don't know the Bootster. It's my current celebrity art crush, I guess. Am I missing some redness in the face? Anybody think? Could the face stand to be a little bit more red in places? Am I missing some subsurface scattering? These are the questions I must ask. Because maybe it's true. Maybe we could do with a bit more. A bit more pink in areas. We could maybe play with an overlay layer. Do what James sometimes does. And experiment with some color using overlay. Okay, let's just leave this face for now. Let's think about this clothing that we need to do. So we're going to use strong triangular shapes. Let me just merge this for the time being, because you can just see how much of a difference this shadow on the top of the eyes make. Like, that's a marked difference, right? Very important that that's actually there. Something I miss out sometimes when I'm doing my work. Let's just merge these two layers. I don't know what this layer underneath is doing. Okay, there we go. Everything on the same layer. Fantastic.
I trust them. I understand them.
Okay.
People I don't understand.
So strong triangular shapes, right? Let's begin this process of triangular shapes. So I don't want to pick that much of a strong value. I think something like this might do. Maybe like this. What do I want this to correspond to, though, is a good question to ask. Like, I want there to be some sort of color correspondence in my piece, right? Maybe I can use this value off of the color. I would slightly lighten that up and desaturate. I end up with this value. It seems to be okay. For the most part, it seems to be alright. Okay, so big triangular values, right? Triangle here. And we have a triangle here. Triangle here. A triangle here. So you're gonna hear me say triangle here like 15 million times, so I'm just gonna stay with the error rate of that and not say triangle here. It's been a while since I've done clothing. Might actually be a little bit out of practice. We can just leave that area for the time being. And again, we can evoke this idea over here. Triangle right there, and over here. For shapes, really speaking, it's gonna be just a bunch of triangles. Bunch of interfaced triangles. Clothing is. Have a triangle down here. So I'm not really focusing too much on the reference right now. I'm like roughly going off of it. But I know I can kind of make this look like clothing no matter what I do, you know? As long as you go with this triangular approach, things will go fairly well for you. What sort of tablet are you using? So I have a command for this. If you type in !tablet, T-A-B-L-E-T, you will get written information in case I fuck it up somehow when I'm talking to you. It should lead you to what you're looking for. There you go. I hope that helps you. If you need any additional information, give me a shout. Sorry, I've just been lurking and I gotta take off. Really enjoyed your stream. Have a good night. I've enjoyed having you here. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining me. Thanks for saying such kind words. And I love the artwork that you posted. And I look forward to seeing you again on the stream. I hope you have a wonderful night. And thank you so much for stopping by. Wish you a good start to the rest of your week. Or rather, to the next week, I guess. So again, strong triangular shape. As much as possible. Building up this idea. This is why I have the dullish sort of background. But again, you want this to be jagged, otherwise it reads like something else. So you want the edges to be as jagged as you can manage them. But even the edges can have the sort of triangular idea to them. As long as you're jagged, you should be good. Thank you. Yeah, definitely see you around. Yeah, of course. Really appreciate you. Have a good night. You can see you can actually build upon all of this information. Choose to maybe join some shapes here and there. Simplify a design. But in essence, this should pretty much be what you're looking for in terms of clothing design, at least. Like a super stylized approach to it. So it looks good because it's a bit in line with our idea earlier of having this sort of shape-based approach, right? And it's a really fun thing to do in general because oftentimes I focus way too much on the clothing being exactly right, and it's just annoying in general. Why go to the trouble? Why not just have these sort of really fun interlocking shapes in the middle and enjoy yourself while doing it. You can really play around with it. The more you do this, I think, the better you get at it. I think I've lost a lot of practice because I'm still feeling my way through this because I haven't done clothing in a very long time. But I'm still enjoying myself doing this. It's fun. Getting some values here and there. Let's make sure we get this underlying information of this orange from the, of course, the scarf coming in here. We can choose to darken up the scarf right here, informing us that this is indeed an area of cast shadow. can add additional values on the side. Make sure they're saturated, however. And a little bit like this. And I'm not too concerned about getting that absolutely correctly. Again, it's not my concern. I'll be accurate in an area so far removed from where the eye is going to be looking. Currently the eye is going to be looking right here at the face, which I think we've done a pretty good job conveying. Arguably the lips could be placed a little bit better, a little bit longer. But these are changes I can make later on. There's no rush. It seems like the lighting on the hand over here is a little bit blue, so what I can do is I can bring in a really desaturated blue, maybe even more desaturated than that. And this can stand in as a bluish value, as a highlight here. So right now what I'm painting seems to be a bluish color, but it's actually a very desaturated red, which is funny, and it makes perfect sense because of the local coloring around it, as well as the fact that how colors interact with saturation, which I went over earlier on the stream, and I will definitely do so again if people are curious about what I'm talking about. And we have this idea down here. I do want to get this idea of occlusion down here as well. Pretty important to define exactly where the thumb is going to happen. Once we get this occlusion down here, suddenly everything makes sense. And again, occlusions are what bind the majority of our image together. Also, we have been streaming for over 5 hours. I should really think about stopping stream very soon. Let's put in these folds over here, and we can call it done for now. Well, this was difficult for me, so I decided to just practice rendering different face features. Probably should have said that earlier. That's perfectly fine. Whatever you seem to think is important for you to do, I encourage you to do it. As long as you're continuing to draw digitally, you will be continuing to improve. Exact method of which is entirely up to you to think of. Perfectly fine. Again, getting these strong triangular values in here is going to go a long way in trying to describe the fact that this is indeed some amount of clothing. So being super expressive, go a long way. Again, I don't really care too much about matching the reference. I just want to get an evocation of what the reference is trying to say. Because there is clothing here with a bit of dynamic folds. I want to get some aspect of that in my painting. And whenever is necessary, if there's a highlight, for example, around the rim of this, then I want to capture that. It's just a good idea. It gives a depth to the piece. It indicates that this fold is folding outward, and it's being removed from the same plane as the face, so therefore it's a brighter value. So little details like that is really going to help sell the three-dimensionality of the piece, which is exactly what art is. So the painting is trying to convince you that it's a 2D picture is a three-dimensional image, which is where all the ideas of value and shape and form and lighting come into play. And little tricks like this will always go a long way in trying to ensure that that kind of trickery happens smoothly and without too much of an issue. Again, getting this lovely fold over here, these folds all over here, as long as you're geometric about it, like super geometric, it will always read like clothing. So just maybe don't focus too much on the minutiae of it. As long as you get your folds right, or at least it looks convincing, it's usually going to be a safe enough bet for you to do. And another big thing is to highlight on the folds sometimes. That also goes a fair way in trying to determine exactly where a fold happens. This is like a really fun way of doing clothing. It might not hold when doing detailed clothing, even though I think it probably might. And I'm not the best example to learn from. But I think if you look at this triangle approach and try to build upon it by yourself, it's probably going to yield you some sort of result. And I wish you greater success with it than I have. In subtle ideas of triangular folds here and there. Whenever you can manage it, it'll be important. I kind of prefer this value actually. I think it's a lot subtler of a value. I can always change it later on though. Not the biggest deal. I'm not losing too much time by this. But again, what do you want to think about here? We want to think about these lovely triangular values. We put these ideas in. Triangle there, triangle there. And you establish your fold hierarchy. Things are pretty decent. Same thing going over here. So you can be really rough and expressive with this as much as you want. I might not be doing the best job of demonstrating the method in its full glory. However, the essence I think is translated pretty well. Using triangles within triangles here and there. Trying to get in these lovely shapes. So like this fold reads really well right now. Because it's like a triangular shape within a triangular shape. So trying to achieve these kind of things will be super, super important. So whenever it seems like a shape is a little bit too weak, like is there a good example here? Maybe this shape over here is weak, so we can add in like a triangle right there. And we can introduce like a fold that isn't really in our image, but it looks pretty good. So interlacing dark and light values, that's what's going to really lead to effective kind of clothing in the head. Right now this is never going to have too much paint on it or too much value on it. But I still wanted to read in the manner that I want to convey that this is in fact cloth of some description. Which is why we're going to be a little bit sensible in the way that we put down these values. Just like we were sensible in the way that we put down the values for the face. And everything will come together rather nicely, I think. Getting the folds here. The collar is uniform. So it seems to be unbuttoned on the camera side right. But this is going to be no triangle because again it's a collar, it's pretty defined in what it is. I want to think about this underlying value over here. I do like the idea of adding in this blue that I'm missing here a little bit. Do I want to desaturate it just a little bit? Maybe I do. Now I can add in some additional fold values here, sort of extend this existing idea. Once I add a darkish value in there, and really sell this, I'm going to pick apart any of these weak sort of ideas here and there. I'm going to watch you be all amazing to my mate. DT, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you, buddy. Hope you're doing alright. So if you want to really accentuate on these values over here, or the idea of folds, the folds mean that they're creating their natural sort of occlusion in here. So if we have a natural occlusion happening, we can actually double down on that value and say that, okay, this is in fact an occlusion. Doing good, how are you? I'm doing fine, thank you for asking. Doing well. So if there's already occlusions here, we can actually start doubling down on our occlusions. And we can say, okay, fine, so this shape looks a little bit weak to me, so if it's weak, just toss in another triangle at some angle. That makes sense. And then you can reinforce an idea simply based on these occlusion lines, I guess. Some things over here will obviously be a little less strong than other things. For the most part, we want it to read fairly well, I think. Again, we don't want to be overcomplicate things over here, so I'm going to look to simplify some of the shapes into some sensible, yet still geometric shapes over here. I don't want to add too much value here and there, I still want to be sensible with things. So these harsh triangular values coming from the bottom is going to help me do this. So it's going to reinforce the idea of keeping things geometric, not keeping things too circular. It's kind of counterintuitive, you know? Things like flesh, things like clothing, you would think that these things will always be flowing, have these circular shapes in it, but it turns out that in the majority of good renderings, these shapes are always angular, they're always in some sort of geometric approach, which is really cool. At least in the majority of pieces you will find this to be the case. Again, if I want to spice things up here and there, I'll throw in a triangle. Make sure this idea makes sense and it's starting to gain some sort of form here. And then it'll really pop when I start adding the highlights to this area. But I want to start uniforming it as it comes towards the collar. I'm sorry, the cuff. I don't know how long I've been calling that a collar, but you know. Just finished writing such a good verse, you don't even understand? Dude, I don't think I would understand. You're on a higher level when it comes to the verse writing than me. But I'm glad you had a good session, my friend. Good to hear. I'm glad you're proud of it. Savor the moment. Oftentimes we are overcritical of ourselves, so when that does happen, that we're proud of our achievements, make sure that you revel in it. Adding in these values over here, suddenly everything starts to read just a wee bit better, and it'll read even more when we add in the silhouette, because the silhouette's going to have a bunch of jagged bumps to it, and these jagged bumps break up the form, give it very, very pleasing sort of look here and there. Again, looking to identify any sort of weakness in the shapes. If something looks weak, then chances are they don't really belong there, and since we have the liberty to start playing around with things here and there, we can indeed do so. That looks like a pretty good evocation of the sleeve. Things look nice and organic feeling. You don't want to overcomplicate too much. I might go back and simplify some of the shapes in here and there. For the most part, they do seem okay. I got some nice little curves that I can start highlighting like this at a later time. It'll really make this pop out. So again, you see me taking a huge amount of liberty when it comes to drawing the clothing, because clothing itself is kind of like hair, wherein you don't want to be particularly sticking to the reference too much, because it might seem a little bit anal retentive. Or you might turn a little anal retentive when it comes to it. However, I do encourage sticking to some basic principles, like for example the triangular approach for clothing and finding the various occlusions. Like for example, we missed one right here that really form the idea of it being in fact clothing. And then running with these ideas is what I would say is a good way to do it. Right, starting to refine some of our shapes here. Make sure that area is flat over there like it is in the reference. Okay, let's put in the occlusions over here and maybe a basic highlight for the scarf, and then we can call it a stream. Been pretty exciting. I've gotten more followers today than I think I've ever gotten in the history of the stream. which is pretty incredible. I owe a huge part of thanks to that because of Seuss, who gave me the boost in numbers earlier on in the stream. Big shout out to Seuss supporting me. I mean that monster raid at the beginning. Appreciate you. So again, we want this blue value to sort of interface with our orange, but again, it's a saturated blue background and a saturated green scarf, which means what we need to do is to pick a slightly desaturated version of the local color, which is going to serve as our shadow. So what's this value going to be? Desaturate it. Let me darken it. And that fits. It's good because we want it to fit. So color harmony is a pretty extensive subject. And I don't claim to know even a fraction of what I probably should. We are expanding our knowledge at every juncture. Things are getting better. Things are getting more sensible by the second. Very good thing. Okay, we put in our occlusions here, so I'm going to pick something like a dark orange. Looks pretty okay. I'm going to define some of these lines that are going to come down. So again, these aren't more than just lines, of course. These are, in essence, the shadows that I cast over here. I want to make sure that this area is pretty heavily saturated, because it seems like that in the ref. And again, I think it's because it's an area of shadow. The shadows are generally more saturated, which is why this is happening. Saturated shadows, huh? What a concept. So doing a quick back and forth between where we were a couple of minutes ago. So I think we've come a pretty solid way since then. Not bad, huh? Okay, getting some of the bigger occlusions down again. Occlusions don't need to be unified in value. This means dark. I mean a lot of things, depending on where you are in the image. Okay, I'm surprised Pam is streaming today. I thought she had a convention earlier today. What a monster if she did. Holy shit. In like a yellowish value here, maybe? Hey again, how do I rotate the canvas in Krita? You hold Control and Alt. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Control and Shift. Wait, that's the wrong one again. Shift and Space. That's the one. Shift and Space and then click and drag. Shift and Space. Sorry, I'm not really thinking about what I'm pressing because it's become so intuitive, but it is in fact Shift and Space. And if you want to reset the rotation, you hit 5. Yeah, didn't she table today? That's what I thought too. I could have sworn she did. What a trooper. Absolute unit right there. Let me ask? Sure. Go say hi for me as well. Hey, JJ says hi. And some of our values down. Things are going okay. This has been a very good stream. Thank you everybody for being a part of it, each and every one of you. Contribute to making this happen. I want you to know that I do appreciate it. Even if it's just a lurk, I don't even care about like the follow or the sub or the bits or whatever. You guys being here is important to me. I value it. I need to pick a saturated orange here. And goes back into the head, because we're trying to say that this region over here goes back into the darkness. And this is something I need to think about. So this needs to read a little bit better. The fact that the scarf is actually going behind her is something that we need to like hone in on just a little bit more, so it makes some sense. So DT, if you're in here, I was just thinking about your Inktober just now. It kind of flashed in my head. You've been doing really well for your Inktobers, and I'm really glad you're doing them. I know you express some doubt about your abilities sometimes, but I'm very, very glad that you're drawing and doing all of these challenges, because it keeps you drawing, keeps you motivated. Fuck, it even motivates me. Good for you, my friend. Getting this some final values in here and there whenever I can squeeze them in. And done with my painting too. I want to see it. What's it in the Discord, friend? Got the emotion on the face, well, for this one. Hey, thanks. This piece looking really killer. I appreciate the kind words. We're getting to about that time. I don't think this is done. I still need a lot of, well, not a lot of, but some work here and there. The highlights on the bodies and things. I want to sort out this whole situation over here for the scarf or whatever this is, poncho, something like that. I want to make sure that this reads a little bit better. Reads. For the most part, I'm not too chuffed about it. Holy guacamole. Oh, that's who we're going to raid. Thank you for mentioning. That is who we're going to raid. Absolutely who we're going to raid. Raid my lovely, lovely Steph.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done this. Yet another follow. The follows just do not stop. George. X29. 29 Georges? What happened to the rest of them? What did you do to them? Are you the only survivor? Tell me your story. So mysterious and elusive. Well, welcome to the premiere Scuffed Stream Study channel. All we do here is study. All we do here is try to improve. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Sadly, I'm on another stream, but I want to say hello. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. Giant Fur, thank you for being such a sweetheart. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the kind words. Very nice of you to stay. And I wish you the same in kind. I hope you have a phenomenal...
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Goodness me, who was that? Bigsy. Nice, rolls off the tongue. Easy as. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Appreciate you. This is a study stream. As you will see, we are doing exclusively study streams lately. I'm on the road to become a slightly better artist, if this is at all possible, if it's in the cards for me. I think it is. So what we're trying to do is to try and segregate different things that I think I'm weak on, and we work on it in a series of streams that I term as seasons. Currently, the current season is entirely based on trying to get better at using color. And I think I'm doing a fairly okay job. We are 5 streams in. We finished a bunch of streams for value. Smoke bomb. Where'd he go? What happened to him? Anybody see where that guy went? Taking some of the background value in here. But thank you for the follows. Don't worry about saying anything in chat. There's no compulsion. If you do want to say something, you want to share some artwork, share some thoughts, interesting proverbs perhaps, maybe the word of the day you just learned, I'm open ears. We actually have a remnant. This is the last survivor, guys. The last survivor of our initial... Does anybody remember how the sketch started? So this is our last survivor of that sketch. Of our square brush. Or texture brush right there. The sole survivor. The last of his kind. We're about to extinct him. He will be missed. Never forget. From humble beginnings. Nice work, all change. Appreciate the kind words. Do value each and every time people say that. I am trying my darndest to improve entirely what we do on here. All we do is studies and studies and more studies in the attempt to try and get better at some of my many failings as far as art goes. So if you want to see some of my work, this is the previous study that we did for trying to get better at color. This is some of my value studies. So we did about 10 streams just for value, so about 30 to 50 hours, somewhere in between. We work solely on trying to improve our value to make sure we get our darks into place. I also did this recently, like an anatomy study. You can see my reference to the side. Tell me how I did. But yeah, things are going okay for me. We are improving just a little bit every single day. And yeah, that's all we try and do here. Whether it be traditional, digital, whatever you want to do. We are geared towards trying to improve and not. On just Saturday and Pam says hi. Nice.
I've been held up in this city for a while due to the rain.
So at least 5 minutes behind once again.
So as soon as it stops
I
raining,
know it takes the time for the chat to catch up. She is a popular gal.
The rain
Can you blame her?
stop.
Can you blame her?
If it continues, I'll be able to stay here forever.
I do want the idea of there being a slightly darker value on the top of this piece.
To be a joke.
Just to kind of ground it a little bit. To make sure things fit. I think this would be a positive change. I want things to fit a bit more in the piece. I want to indicate that there is some depth. I think that's a positive change. However, it did muddy up some of my values, which I don't like. I'd like to bring in some more vibrancy somewhere else. But so far, I think this is good enough for the stream. We have been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes, non-stop. I think it's about time we call it. It's actually really easy for me to pump the stream on, actually. It's been very fun for me, very rewarding. And you guys are no small part of why that is. Really appreciate you. I really like this space. I'm glad. Glad you do. Oops, sorry about that. I need to remember to mute Krita on my desktop. Just do that very quickly. Because I do have a volume mixer I should be using. But yeah, I'm gonna get ready to send you guys over to NTG. It's gonna be a pretty fun. Man, 18 follows today and like 2 subs. You guys are fucking out of your minds. I think 3 subs actually, right? Because Guitar, continue your sub. Thank you so much for that, by the way. You guys are fucking insane. And we had like a pretty high view count throughout the entirety of the stream. That's pretty ridiculous. I'm so happy with that. Incredible. But for the time being, guys, we are at the end of the stream. We're at the end of the stream, and wait, let's put this in song. Let's put this into a song. Oh, it's the end of the stream, and my ass is really sore. My butt is really numb, and I wanna scream. But I wanna thank you and you as well, and all of my friends over here. You've been so damn swell. So I'm gonna send you over to a friend that I have. I'm gonna send you to the queen whose name is NTG, NTG? Something like that. Anyway, that's my goodbye song. That's all you get. That's all you get. It's been a fucking long song. I think I'm more than compensated for last night's disaster of a stream. So without further ado, let's hit that girl up with the raid. Wait, what? Invalid username? The fuck? There you go. Got it. I already named the girl. But guys, thank you so much, so much for stopping by in the stream. Thank you for the subs, guys, and all the fucking follows. Holy shit, what an incredible stream. I think we did a pretty decent job transferring this reference, getting the expression down. Thank you for all the kind words, and I appreciate you stopping by. Make sure you give Steph all my love, and I wish you good luck moving forward into the week tomorrow. Thank you so much for occupying my mind, occupying my time, because you are so good to have on my mind, and you will find that you are the greatest people all around. That money can buy? That I can mine? Okay, whatever. Go say hi to Steph. Love you guys.
Indiana Broad is a phenomenal streamer and one of my good friends here on Twitch. Very stoked to be a part of his community. Peter Red Panda, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the Name That family.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
How are you? Thank you so much. I'm glad that you like it. I'm gonna be working really hard